Chapter 1798. At this moment, Shuiyu thought of something and suddenly began to struggle violently. She even spat out the rag in her mouth. You're just too smart. You think too much. What's so hard about this question? This is the human emperor's palace. The strongest person in the world is obviously the human emperor. Shut up. Seeing that Shuiyu was about to answer, Yi Fei, Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Dongfang Yu's expressions all changed. They raised their feet almost at the same time and kicked her. Shuiyu's answer was just too shameless. Too shameless. How was this answering a question? It was clearly flattery. It was so obvious. It was so vulgar. However, the martial spirit tablet was overjoyed when he heard Shuiyu's answer. He praised, "That's right. The strongest person in the world is obviously the human emperor. Looks like you juniors aren't all useless. All right, listen my last question." Yifei and Di Fan were both dumbfounded. They never thought that the martial spirit tablet would actually like to be flattered apart from cursing. Who created this thing? However, even though they were gloomy, they immediately became nervous when they heard the martial spirit tablet take out the last question of the human emperor's 3 questions. At this moment, the martial spirit tablet's voice was no longer cold and mechanical. Instead, it asked loudly in a high-pitched voice, "Now tell me, who is the most handsome person in the world?" That's strange. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't be shy. Answer my question loudly. Seeing that Yi Fei and the others had no intention of speaking, the martial spirit tablet actually became anxious. It was as if it was waiting for someone to answer the question. Yi Fei still did not speak. He really did not know how to begin. Dongfang Yu and the army of destruction were at a loss as well. Even Di Fan, a natural saint, was completely dumbfounded. He could not figure out what the last question meant. Ha ha ha, if I'm not wrong, these people should be about to answer the last question of the human emperor's 3 questions, right? Outside the stairway, Lu Li smiled. Even though he could not see what was going on inside, he could imagine how stunned Yi Fei and the others must be. The 3 questions that the human emperor left before he disappeared are each more mysterious than the last. Only the real human powerhouses can answer the first question from the bottom of their hearts. We humans are the protagonists of the universe. Of course, we're the most powerful ones. Wu Gang looked at the stairway to heaven and recalled, but the second question requires a certain degree of adaptability. Only by extending from the first question can we comprehend that the past human emperors are actually the strongest of the human clan and the spiritual leaders of the human clan on the battlefield. It took me 3 years to find it. The answer to that question. Lu Li interrupted, "I am a bit better than you. It took me 1.5 years to understand the essence of this problem. It is the human sovereign realm encouraging us to catch up with and surpass the human sovereign realm, so that we humans can become stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, the last question was so difficult that it took me 10 minutes to think about it. I couldn't figure out the specific meaning of the human sovereign realm." Speaking of this, Lu Li and Wu Gang both sighed. They were not the only ones. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could figure out the answers to the first 2 questions of the human sovereign realm. Only the last question was too mysterious. Not only Lu Li and Wu Gang, but even the warrior gods in the human emperor palace for more than 100,000 years could answer it. There were even warrior gods in the human emperor palace and the celestial palace who had been studying this problem, trying hard to find the answer to the last question of the human sovereign realm. This was also the reason why Lu Li and Wu Gang dared to let Yi Fei and the others participate in the 3 questions of the human sovereign realm. They knew that once the 3 questions were asked, not even the top 10 immortal bodies could answer them, let alone the peerless geniuses. Now, the 2 of them were waiting patiently. When they saw Yi Fei and the others failed to pass the test, they were also very patient. They sat cross-legged outside the stairway and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. They did not see Yi Fei and the others fail the test. Instead, they sensed a powerful energy rushing toward them from outside the human emperor palace. It's the warrior god. Which warrior god has come to visit the human emperor palace? Lu Li and Wu Gang dared not to be negligent. Even though demigods were considered half a step away from becoming warrior gods, it was this half step that determined whether one was in the sky or the other on the ground. The one who came to the human emperor palace was a muscular man with a fierce look. He walked with a majestic gait, ignoring the many inhibition formations of a human emperor palace. In a time for one breath, he had walked from outside the human emperor palace to the stairway. When he saw the stairway of the human emperor palace, he was shocked. Tiger God was shocked. He could not help but feel deeply astonished. Is the human emperor palace still unwilling to give up? Are they still trying to solve the 3 questions of the human emperor? Unfortunately, the third question is too complicated. The human emperor palace could not solve it when the warrior god was still alive. Now, the human emperor palace no longer has a warrior god, only a bunch of poor demigods who have yet to achieve the martial god realm. However, it's very difficult for you to open the human emperor's celestial palace and obtain the chance to ignite the godly flame. Of course, he was not here to mock the hall of human emperors. A glint of ferocity rose in his eyes when he saw Wu Gang and Lu Li. He said in a deep voice, "You too, in the test of the hall of human emperors right now. By the way, tell Yi Fei to get his ass out here. I will do it myself. Kill him and place his corpse into a huge convinced character." What? Yi Fei? Are you talking about that honest-looking young man in the black robe? Wu Gang had a good impression of Yi Fei. Even though he could not persuade Yi Fei to join the human emperor palace, Wu Gang could not help but feel worried for Yi Fei when he heard that Yi Fei had offended a real warrior god. Lu Li's expressions changed as well. He was not afraid at all in front of Tiger God. He only cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Tiger God, are you sure? You couldn't have made a mistake, right? The people inside are merely a few people of the younger generation who have just broken through to martial emperor. How could they have the courage to provoke a martial god like you?" They didn't just provoke this god. Even the demigod of our heavenly god palace was killed by that little devil just like that. If this god doesn't kill such a vicious person and place his corpse on the ground, where will the dignity of our tiger clan and the prestige of our heavenly god palace be? Since the demigod cannot deal with this little devil, then I have no choice but to do it myself and send that little bastard on his way. Boom! Tiger God was ready to kill. Then, without even looking at Wu Gang and Lu Li, he was about to go up the stairway and kill Yi Fei. Wu Gang turned pale. He stopped Tiger God in disbelief. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Tiger God, did you get the wrong person? Yi Fei is only a martial emperor realm. How can he do such a thing? Bullshit. How could this god recognize the wrong person? Let me ask you, that brat called Yi Fei, does he look very honest and honest? The tiger god asked in a deep voice. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 1799. Why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up and answer the last question. You're a bunch of good-for-nothings. So much for breaking through to martial emperor. You can't even answer such a simple question. If I were you, I'd smash my head into a wall and die. I wouldn't have come out to make a fool of myself like you. If you can't answer, then there's no need to answer. Just piss off. If you can't even answer such a simple question, I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Sigh, the world really is degenerating with each passing day. Humans really are getting worse with each generation. The future of the human race is worrying. The martial soul tablet was filled with anticipation at the last question, as if he desperately wanted someone to answer it. However, when he saw Yi Fei and the others remain silent, the martial soul tablet suddenly began to curse. Veins bulged on Yi Fei's forehead when he heard that. Difan's Saint Chi erupted on the spot. If it weren't for the army of destruction and Dongfang Yu, Difan definitely would have smashed the martial soul tablet to smithereens without saying anything. I know, in this world, the strongest person is the mortal emperor, so the most handsome person should be the mortal emperor as well. Shuiyu used the same trick again. He ignored everyone's disdainful gazes and flattered the martial soul tablet again. The martial soul tablet immediately stopped cursing. The entire sacred palace fell silent. However, very soon, a shocking pressure was suddenly unleashed from the martial soul tablet. Nice flattery. It's a pity that a good-for-nothing like you has flattered the wrong person. The martial soul tablet sneered. With the laughter, the pressure in the surroundings rapidly increased at an extremely terrifying rate. Dongfang Yu, who was the weakest, was the first to succumb. Before the pressure reached the limit of 10,000 times, Dongfang Yu grunted as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He was about to be pushed out by the terrifying pressure. Yifei leapt in fright. He hurriedly activated the battle demon's body and rushed to Dongfang Yu's side. Scorching golden light immediately enveloped Dongfang Yu. Boom! The coercion of the human emperor's holy palace seemed to have a special intelligence. When it sensed that Yi Fei was protecting Dongfang Yu, most of the coercion that was originally directed at Dongfang Yu fell on Yi Fei. Even though Yi Fei had the war demon body, the purple gold light all over his body became faster and faster. The light dimmed. Dongfang Yu was shocked. Then he said firmly, Yi Fei, don't worry about me. My strength is originally weak. I don't want you to lose the opportunity to pass the test. Because of me, there's no chance. This last question is simply unsolvable. It's impossible for us to answer these questions. I even suspect that even those martial gods can't answer these questions. Defan looked gloomy. In fact, the 3 questions of the human sovereign were not difficult, but each one was more difficult than the last. Tricky. Even if Defan was an innate saint, it would be extremely difficult for him to answer the last question. Of course, the most important factor was the terrifying pressure from the martial soul tablet. If he answered a question incorrectly, the pressure would increase tenfold. This also left the warriors with no time to try the answers one by one. Basically, martial emperors would be expelled if they answered incorrectly 3 times. Martial gods would probably only be able to last 4 times before they failed. Shuiyu sighed gloomily. I originally thought that I would definitely pass the test by shamelessly praising the human sovereign. Now it seems that I was too naive. Then what should we do now? We all promised the head that we would definitely join the human sovereign palace. If we can't pass the test, how can we return to the celestial array sect with dignity? The army of destruction suddenly said dejectedly. His words also made Defans and Shui Yu's faces darken. As a saint, Defan had always been a good actor. If he said he would join the human sovereign palace, he would definitely join. However, the 3 questions of the human sovereign were too abnormal. Not to mention a saint, even a god would feel despair in front of it. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have talked too much and blurted out the answers. Shui Yu's face was full of self-blame. If he didn't rush to answer, they could still hold on. However, if he rushed to answer wrongly, even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to hold on for long under the pressure of 10,000 times the space. Protected by Yi Fei's power of despair, Dongfang Yu was finally able to hold on under the terrifying pressure. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, It's not Shui Yu's fault. In fact, except for the human sovereign himself, no one can answer. No matter what we answer, we can't avoid the fate of failure in the end. Defan, Shui Yu, and the army of destruction all sighed deeply. They weren't fools. Since the human sovereign palace didn't want to accept them, it naturally wouldn't give them a chance to pass the test. Obviously, the 3 questions of the human sovereign was an unsolvable problem that even a martial god would feel despair. However, looking at the last question, Yi Fei felt depressed and a little strange. I think I've heard such a despicable tone somewhere before. And I think I can answer the last question. Yi Fei's face was strange. However, when he sensed that the pressure in the surroundings was becoming more and more terrifying, even if his body was comparable to a god artifact, it would be very difficult for him to last for 15 minutes, especially when he was enduring a portion of Dongfang Yu's pressure. Thinking up to there, Yi Fei stopped hesitating. He could only say loudly, I know. The most handsome person in the world is Wang Bai. What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again. The silent martial soul tablet became lively again. It even seemed to be filled with great urgency. Yi Fei's face became even more strange. He could only say with a darkened face, "The most handsome person in the world isn't the human sovereign. It's Wang Bai." Boom! The martial soul tablet shook violently. Just when Di Fan and the others thought that Yi Fei had answered wrongly, the martial soul tablet suddenly grew stone hands and feet. It cried out with a face covered in tears, "Heavens! That's right, the most handsome person in the world is Wang Bai, and the most shameless person is also Wang Bai. That old schemer, narcissistic maniac. Because of this perverted question that he said, I've been trapped here for more than 100,000 years. I can't." Wang Bai thought to himself, "That's right, the most handsome person in the world is Wang Bai, and the most shameless person is also Wang Bai. It's all good now. I'm finally free. Ha ha ha. I don't have to see that narcissist or hear his voice anymore." Sob, sob, sob. The martial soul tablet cried and laughed. Suddenly, a stone-skinned man struggled out from the inscriptions. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There was a strange, triangular symbol on his forehead that rapidly revolved like a nebula. "Sorcerer God. You're the sorcerer god." Yi Fei suddenly felt his limbs turn cold when he saw the stone-skinned man. He felt chills down his spine. He recognized the triangular symbol. He had once fused with Shangjiu's memories. Even though most of his memories had vanished, his basic knowledge remained. Chapter 1800. That's right, I'm a sorcerer god. Back then, I led an army to conquer the human race, but that despicable Wang Bai plotted against me. I had no choice but to become his substitute and guard the human emperor's celestial palace like a dog. Now, I'm finally free. I don't have to hear that shameless and disgusting voice again. Ha ha ha, boo-hoo. The stone-skinned witch god was laughing and crying at the same time. His suffocation, depression, hatred, and madness made the entire human emperor's celestial palace shake violently. Di Fan's face suddenly became extremely pale. I understand now. The human emperor's 3 questions are not a test, but a seal. It's a seal that specifically targets the witch god. The human emperor set up these tricky questions because he didn't want anyone to break the seal and release the witch god. It was not only Di Fan. Shui Yu, the army of destruction, and Dongfang Yu reacted almost at the same time. Yi Fei's face was even darker. Without saying anything, he grabbed Dongfang Yu and was about to escape from the human emperor's celestial palace. Di Fan and the others were also very alert. They all used their strongest body movements to escape. The witch god, who was laughing and crying at the same time, had a cruel expression on his face. He sneered and said, "Go. Since you let me out, as a reward for letting me go, you humans will become dogs and let me have a good meal. One day, the witch tribe will conquer all of you and turn all of you into humans. All of you will become pigs and dogs in our pens." His petrified skin suddenly flashed with a strange divine light, instantly enveloping everyone present. Facing a sorcerer deity who was comparable to an earthly venerable, even Yi Fei could not resist this terrifying divine light. He was horrified to see countless black hairs suddenly growing out of his body, covering his entire body. His blood and bones were all undergoing strange changes. Woof! Suddenly, a dog barked beside him. It was the angry roar of Shui Yu. Under the illumination of the divine light, Shui Yu's voice changed, and some strange characteristics appeared. This made Shui Yu so angry that he vomited blood. But no one laughed at him. Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the army of destruction all mobilized their strongest real vitality to resist the attack of this terrifying witchcraft. Haha, it's useless. My witchcraft is to change everything. If I say you are a stone, you're a stone. If I say you humans are dogs, you must become dogs. Become dogs. Seeing that these lowly humans in front of him still wanted to resist, the witch god suddenly became furious. His fingers suddenly pointed at Yi Fei, as if he wanted to be the first one to change. Roar! Yi Fei let out a furious roar. In the face of this strange transformation technique, Yi Fei no longer hid. A golden light also appeared on his forehead. Then, the golden mental nebula, blazing like fire, formed an endless spiritual wave and blasted back at the witch god. The witch god's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He looked at Yi Fei in shock. "Wizard, you actually cultivated the golden spirit ocean. This is impossible. How is this possible? Even if you were abandoned by the heavens, you couldn't have cultivated only." At this point, the witch god suddenly realized something. The murderous intent on his body surged. Then, the whole world turned into a blood-red world with his anger. In this world, the witch god was the heavens and the earth. He was the only true god. Change. The witch god's 10 fingers all emitted ancient divine light, which was full of the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth. It distorted time and space, as well as the rules. The terrifying triangular nebula suddenly formed the power of the witch god, which could even distort the rules. Yi Fei's mental nebula was suppressed and showed signs of collapse. Di Fan and the others, who were also facing this pressure, screamed and could no longer resist the spiritual attack of the witch god. With a crack, Di Fan's hands were suddenly covered with hard steel hair, and his nails became extremely sharp. Shuiyu roared. His mouth suddenly protruded quickly, and his teeth gradually became sharp canine teeth. The army of destruction and Dongfang Yu also screamed. Their limbs began to twist and change. It seemed that there was a mysterious power that made them walk on all fours instead of standing upright. However, the one who suffered the greatest impact was Yi Fei. As the mental nebula was completely suppressed by the witch god, Yi Fei suddenly had a big furry tail behind him with a bang. His ears began to become sharp, and his nose became extremely sensitive. He seemed to be able to smell the soil dozens of miles away. He was immediately filled with shock. Was he going to die in the hands of the witch god like this? "No, I can't die. Even if I die, I will die in a proper battle." Yi Fei roared furiously. As he desperately resisted the witch god's sorcery, he suddenly thought of what Wang Bai had said to him in the Taishan Holy Land. "Remember, if you encounter any danger in the future, remember to call out my name 3 times. It can save your life at the crucial moment." Back then, Yi Fei purely thought that Wang Bai was joking. He even wanted to drag Wang Bai out and beat him up on the spot, let alone call out his name. However, now that he saw the changes to the martial soul tablet and unexpectedly learnt that Wang Bai might be the human emperor, Yi Fei could only throw caution to the wind. Suddenly, he called out, "Wang Bai! Wang Bai! Wang Bai! Shut up, you godforsaken piece of trash. Who allowed you to mention that name? If anyone dares to mention it again, you'll what?" Suddenly, a resplendent streak of light shot out from within the martial soul tablet. It was a man who was also extremely powerful. He wore the robes of emperors and held the human emperor's seal. Suddenly, the seal shattered the surroundings and shot towards the witch god. The witch god raised his head in shock as well. Afterwards, he became furious. He roared out even more terrifyingly than a vengeful ghost. "You damned old bastard! You tricked me into signing the oath of ancestral magi in the past. Not only did I become your watchdog for over 100,000 years, but you even left behind a clone and tricked me again. I swear that I will grind your bones to dust and eat you alive. Die." Wang Bai's expression was cold. The intense divine light made it impossible for people to see his true face. Only the terrifying human emperor's seal, which carried the glory of the human clan, fell down with a loud bang. It was just a seal, but the powerful stone skin of the sorcerer god was already torn apart, revealing his true body. Chapter 1801. Boom! Before the spiritual nebula completely collapsed, the wizard god used up the last of his spiritual power to form an invisible impact that spread out in all directions. At this time, Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the others had just gotten rid of the influence of the transformation sorcery. Before they could react, a tremor from the bottom of their hearts made them nervous again. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing at their bodies and trying to dig out their most important part. Their most important part was their spiritual souls. The faces of Di Fan and the others suddenly turned as pale as paper. This was definitely the biggest crisis they had ever faced since they started practicing martial arts. Yi Fei even roared. His hair and eyes suddenly became as bright as gold. Without the suppression of the wizard god, Yi Fei completely released the spiritual power he had cultivated. All of it was released and formed a golden spiritual sea. It also formed an invisible spiritual impact that tried to block the wizard god's last sorcery. Unfortunately, compared to the sorcerer god, Yi Fei's spiritual energy was undoubtedly too weak. He could only resist 1% of the sorcerer god's power. The remaining 99% of the sorcerer god's power still formed a terrifying force. As it descended, it seemed to directly destroy the divine souls of Yi Fei and the others. Pass on the torch. At this moment, a loud voice came from the void. Then, the figure of Wang Bai, who was wearing an emperor's robe, suddenly collapsed. Only the human emperor seal that Wang Bai had used condensed into a real seal of the human tribe. It passed through the void and fell into Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei suddenly felt that the space of the beast mark on his shoulder also began to emit a strange light. It merged with the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal, which was originally as heavy as a mountain, suddenly became extremely light. Yi Fei also felt that it was connected to his flesh and blood. Boom! In the end, the soul-breaking sorcery that the wizard god had used before his death still fell heavily. However, the human emperor seal in Yi Fei's hand immediately emitted an even stronger human holy light. Suddenly, it fiercely bounced the soul-breaking sorcery away. There was a loud bang. The strange black light formed by the soul-breaking sorcery had already broken through the space where the human emperor's celestial palace was and flew to an unknown place. On the stairway to heaven, the tiger god showed his power and transformed into a mighty tiger. He was fighting fiercely with Wu Gang and Lu Li. Wu Gang and Lu Li had to admit that they were very powerful. Although they were only demigods, when they worked together, their fighting strength was comparable to that of a warrior god. As strong as the tiger deity was, he had tried to enter the celestial palace many times, but was stopped by the two of them. The tiger deity was finally enraged. He opened his mouth and sucked hard. The space within 10,000 miles seemed to be sucked into his mouth and then spat out. Boom! The space instantly exploded, causing Wu Gang and Lu Li's bodies to be covered in blood. Even so, they did not back off. If they were knocked down, they would get up again. If they could not win, they would continue to fight until his blood ran dry. Of the he of. In the hall of human emperors, no one is noble or lowly. All are equal. As long as a human enters the hall of human emperors, we must protect them. We must fight for all living beings, for the human race. This is our responsibility and our dignity. We cannot shirk our responsibilities, and we cannot trample on our dignity. Lu Li swayed and dashed toward the tiger god again. God! Wu Gang said nothing. Suddenly, he burned his demigod blood essence and dashed toward the tiger god. Once again, the tiger god was moved. Then he heaved a sigh. Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, you are only demigods. Two demigod good-for-nothings trying to stop a warrior god like me. How laughable and pathetic. How dare you talk about dignity? The Hall of Human Emperors doesn't even have a warrior god. Why do you have to talk about dignity with me? You useless demigod good-for-nothings and those old farts at the impregnable pass of the human race. You're too weak. It's time for the Hall of Human Emperors to be thrown into the trash. It's a garbage dump. Die. After being stopped by puny demigods 3 times in a row, the tiger god finally had the urge to kill. This was the Hall of Human Emperors, but so what? A Hall of Human Emperors didn't even have a warrior god. Even if he could kill Wu Gang and Lu Li, would those old farts dare to say anything? The tiger god was enraged by this thought. He was ready to kill. The horrifying killing intent formed 2 red tiger fangs that broke the sun, the moon, and the stars. The tiger god lunged at Wu Gang and Lu Li again. Wu Gang and Lu Li's expressions changed. From the depth of the Hall of Human Emperors came 3 angry shouts. How dare you kill our disciples in the Hall of Human Emperors? Tiger God, you have gone too far. I'm going too far. I'm going to kill you in front of you old farts. What do you do to me? The tiger god laughed wildly. He had ignored the warning from the Hall of Human Emperors. Instead, he was even more determined to kill Lu Li, who was the strongest and had the most potential. From the depth of the Hall of Human Emperors came the Deputy Master's angry shout. Someone, bring the 3 treasures of the Human Emperors. Bang! The void suddenly trembled. Then the entire sky stairway shook violently. Tiger Deity, who was charging toward Lu Li, suddenly saw a scene that surprised him. The originally sealed Renhuang's celestial palace, for some unknown reason, suddenly burst open a huge hole. Then, the entire Human Emperor's celestial palace exploded and turned into a pile of rubble. Amidst the rubble, a strange black light flew out of the void with a whistling sound and fell toward the tiger god. What the hell is that? How dare you sneak up on me? The tiger god was enraged. He raised his huge tiger paw, trying to smash the strange black light into pieces. Then, the tiger god felt a sharp pain in his soul. It was as if an invisible knife had slashed at his neck. The tiger deity's soul immediately collapsed. The huge tiger head also strangely fell from his neck, creating a huge crater in the ground. Lu Li and Wu Gang stared at the scene in astonishment. Tiger God is dead. Is this the power of the 3 treasures of the Human Emperors? What 3 treasures of the Human Emperors? We didn't have time to use them. What's more, even if we use the robe of the Human Emperors and the sword of the Human Emperors, we can only force the Tiger God to retreat, not kill him. 3 old men in divine robes flew out from the depth of the Hall of Human Emperors. They were the deputy masters of the Hall of Human Emperors. Each of them was holding a tray. On one of the trays was the robe of the Human Emperors with glittering stars. It was the robe of the Human Emperors, which had supreme defensive power. On the second tray was a golden divine sword of the Human Emperors. It was the sword of the Human Emperors, which had strong offensive power. Chapter 1802. However, the wooden box that had disappeared was still held in the hands of a deputy hall master with great respect. This was respect for the Human Emperor from the bottom of his heart. Strange, deputy hall masters, since you didn't use the Human Emperor's robe or the Human Emperor's sword. How did the Tiger God suddenly die? Wu Gang and Lu Li were confused. Although the Tiger God was domineering, his talent was amazing, and he was a very young lower martial god. It was easy to defeat any martial god, but it was extremely difficult to kill them. Even an upper-level martial god wouldn't be able to do it so cleanly. In an instant, the tiger deity's divine soul was shattered and his head separated. It seems that the reason lies in the Human Emperor's celestial palace. Could it be that one of the juniors solved the Human Emperor's 3 questions? All of a sudden, one of the deputy hall masters thought of something. He rushed into the void with ecstasy. Then, the other 2 deputy hall masters, Wu Gang and Lu Li, also rushed in. Then, they were shocked to see that the once glorious Human Emperor's celestial palace was now in ruins. Before Wu Gang and Lu Li could get angry, suddenly, the 3 deputy hall masters opened their eyes wide and stared at Yi Fei. To be more precise, they stared at the gold in Yi Fei's hand. The bright seal. My God, is that the Human Emperor's seal? It can't be wrong. It is the Human Emperor's seal. The Human Emperor lives with the seal, and the Human Emperor dies without it. This is the Human Emperor's token and the sacred object of the human race. Strange, the Human Emperor's seal is as heavy as a sacred mountain. Only the Human Emperor can pick it up. Could it be? Suddenly, the 3 deputy hall masters thought of something. They couldn't help but tremble violently, and their faces were filled with great joy. Senior brothers, are you sure? I'm not sure. But there are 2 things that I'm sure of. The Human Emperor's robe and the Human Emperor's sword. looking at the seal in Yi Fei's hand that was emitting the sacred light of the human race. The two deputy hall masters holding the human emperor's robe and the human emperor's sword suddenly spoke at the same time. A strange bee seal appeared in their palms, and the bee seal instantly broke the seal on the tray. They emitted two majestic nine-colored divine lights. The divine light illuminated the entire human emperor palace, as well as the human emperor's seal in Yi Fei's hand. At that moment, Yi Fei had yet to recover from the peculiar feeling of the human emperor's seal recognizing him as its master. A strange battle robe that glittered with the sun, moon, and stars was attracted and suddenly fell on Yi Fei's body. Suddenly, a strong Renhuang aura erupted from Yi Fei's body, making everyone present feel the urge to bow their heads and worship him. Before Yi Fei could understand what was going on, another resplendent sword light flew over from afar and danced around Yi Fei merrily. Feeling the spirit of the human emperor's robe and the human emperor's sword, the human emperor's seal in Yi Fei's hand glowed even more fiercely, forming an emperor's crown on Yi Fei's head. Human emperor's robe, human emperor's sword, and human emperor's seal. After so many years, the three treasures of the human emperor are finally here. What's more, there's a new human emperor. Finally, there's hope for our human emperor palace. We don't have to be trapped in the demigod realm like the other seniors and watch ourselves grow old day by day. The three deputy hall masters were so excited that tears ran down their cheeks. Then, they knelt down at the same time and faced Yi Fei. Greetings, human emperor. Human emperor? Are you kidding me? This guy is only at the martial grand emperor realm. How can he be the human emperor? Wu Gang and Lu Li were stunned. Then, they flew into a rage at the same time. They were not convinced, and they were not happy to see Yi Fei. Di Fan, Shui Yu, and the army of destruction were also shocked. Dongfang Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, Yi Fei was the most shocked. What human emperor? Are you kidding me? Also, why is this human emperor's robe on me? Yi Fei finally recovered from the shock of the tiger god being killed by mistake. When a human emperor's seal reflected the voodoo spell, Yi Fei did not expect that the voodoo spell would bounce back to the tiger god and kill a martial grand emperor on the spot. What shocked him even more was the way the deputy hall masters addressed him. Human emperor? He had done nothing. How could he become the human emperor out of nowhere? There is no mistake. You are the human emperor. According to ancient legends, the human emperor's seal was made by the human race with countless divine objects in the world. It is respected by the human race and worshipped by all races. No one would be able to lift its weight. Only the human emperor can lift it and use it. Besides, the human emperor's robe and the human emperor's sword were also there. You won't be able to deny it even if you want to. The vice palace master in charge of the royal robes said excitedly. Then, without giving Yi Fei any chance to hesitate or refuse, the deputy hall master in charge of the imperial sword suddenly shouted angrily at Wu Gang and Lu Li. You two evil creatures, look at what you have done. The return of the new sovereign personage to my human sovereign palace is a huge matter. Yet, you all actually activated the human sovereign's 3 questions without permission. The human emperor is extremely intelligent and has answered 3 questions. If he can't answer them, then wouldn't we miss the opportunity to welcome the return of the human emperor? Wu Gang and Lu Li were even more upset. But they had to apologize to Yi Fei under the threat of the deputy master. This made Yi Fei even more speechless. Just as Yi Fei was about to speak, the deputy palace master in charge of the imperial seal impatiently stepped forward. He looked at Yi Fei hopefully and asked, Your Highness, may I ask if the old emperor is well? Ever since he disappeared more than 100,000 years ago, there's been no news of him. Our human emperor palace is also rapidly declining. I have many questions that I would like to ask the old emperor. Well, Yi Fei's expression was terrible. He tried several times, but still could not connect the mean Wang Bai with the mighty and majestic human emperor who had risked his life for the human race. But the human sovereign robe on him, the human sovereign seal in his hand, and the human sovereign sword beside him all told him that the human sovereign was Wang Bai, and Wang Bai was the human sovereign. Thinking of this, Yifei felt even more strange. He dared not to accept the salutes of these deputy palace masters. Seniors, you've really made a mistake. If the old human emperor you're talking about is Wang Bai, then I've indeed seen him before. However, that was a long time ago. As for where Wang Bai is now, I don't know. Furthermore, I'm not the human emperor. It was Wang Bai who took the human emperor's seal without permission. He threw it to me. Yifei hurriedly explained. His purpose in coming to the battlefield of the human race was to find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing. He was not here to be the human sovereign. Hearing that Yifei did not know the whereabouts of the old emperor, the three deputy palace masters looked sad. But when they heard that Yifei refused to admit that he was the human sovereign, they flew into a rage. Shut up. Since the human sovereign seal has recognized you, then the old emperor is not here. You are the new human sovereign. Let me ask you, when the old emperor passed the seal to you, did he say the words passing on the torch? Yifei was shocked. He did say that. The three deputy palace masters were overjoyed. They laughed together and said, "That's right. The passing on of the torch is the edict of the human sovereign. Since the old emperor has passed down the edict, then you, the new human sovereign, can't run away even if you want to." Wu Gang, Lu Li, look carefully. Our etiquette when greeting the human sovereign must be meticulous. There must be no mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a great disrespect to the human sovereign. Chapter 1803. Of course he has the right. The human emperor is the god of war of the human race. He should fight for the human race and for the world. Anyone that threatens the human race is the human emperor's target. He must find a way to deal with anything that is detrimental to the human race. The three deputy hall masters looked solemn. When the human emperor was mentioned, they were filled with respect and admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing this, Yifei felt gloomy. He quickly asked, since the human emperor is the god of war of the human race, he must fight for the human race. But the human emperor's blood cannot be shed in vain. He must have some privileges, or some benefits, right? Vulgar. As the human emperor, he must fight for the human race and the world. This is the innate right and responsibility of the human emperor. Lu Li suddenly spoke. He was indignant that Yifei looked down on the human emperor. You talk about benefits every time you open your mouth. How can this be the human emperor's doing? That's right. The human emperors of the past have pursued boundless love and selflessness. Therefore, the human emperors of the past have dedicated everything they have to the human race. They would rather die than let the world die. This is the spirit of the human emperor. Yifei, since you are the human emperor, you should follow the example of the human emperor. You should set an example for the human emperor. You should abandon your selfishness and serve the human race wholeheartedly. He was also full of hope for Yifei. Hearing those words, Yifei's complexion not only turned ugly, it turned green on the spot. After all this time, the human emperor only had a nice name. Since he had no privileges, he could not get any benefits. What was the difference between this and the statues of the human gods that were enshrined in the temples? Everyone worships the human gods, hoping that by saying some nice words, being pitiful and pitiful, the statues will pity them and fulfill their wishes. The funny thing is that those so-called human gods are too busy trying to break through to a higher realm. Who has the time to satisfy their wishes? They can't hear the wishes of so many people. Even if they could, they would pretend not to hear them. But the human emperor is different. The human emperor's responsibility is to fight for the human race. He must find a way to deal with anything that is detrimental to the human race. Once he has dealt with it, he will be too embarrassed to even ask for benefits. After all, the human emperor's love is boundless and selfless. Virgins? Damn, although this kind of Renhuang is great, why do I feel like he's a sucker? When there's trouble, he takes care of it himself, and when there are benefits, he shares them with others. After pondering over the description of a human sovereign, Yifei's face instantly turned from green to black. He cursed angrily on the spot. The human sovereign is too much of a scam. There are no benefits at all, but I have to risk my life and risk my life. I'm not that great. Who wants to be the human emperor? Later, when I meet Wang Bai, I guarantee that I won't kill him." As he spoke, Yi Fei quickly took off his human emperor robe and threw his human emperor seal at the three deputy palace masters. "Human emperor, you can't." The three vice palace masters were startled. The other martial gods wished that they could become the human sovereign, standing high above the masses and being revered by all. Yi Fei, on the other hand, wanted to quit as soon as he became the human sovereign. Even Di Fan's eyebrows twitched, let alone the three deputy palace masters. Luli was overjoyed to see Yi Fei quit. He laughed wildly and said, "Punk, you know your place. You know that you can't shoulder the burden of being the human sovereign. You don't want the throne. I want it." Boom. Before he could finish, Luli caught the human emperor seal with both of his hands. A surge of horrifying weight had pressed Luli to the ground. He couldn't even lift the human emperor seal in his hands. What was more infuriating was that Luli was lying right next to Yi Fei's feet. It was as if when Yi Fei threw out the human emperor seal, Luli rushed over. Not only did he catch it with both of his hands, but he also threw himself on the ground in front of Yi Fei and held the seal with both of his hands as if he was going to give it back to Yi Fei. "Yi, how dare you set me up?" Luli was lying on the ground in a humiliating position. His face turned red. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The three deputy palace masters seemed to know this was going to happen. They said in a deep voice, "Yi Fei, since the old human sovereign has chosen you and the human emperor seal has acknowledged you, the throne of the human sovereign belongs to you. We will give you 10 days. After 10 days, you will officially ascend the throne and become the new human sovereign. You will be one of us. There are 7 palace masters in the imperial palace. Sorry, I am a mediocre person. I will never do something that doesn't benefit me. I will not be the human sovereign if I say I don't want it. Goodbye." With that, Yi Fei turned around and left. Anyone who wanted to be the human emperor could do whatever they wanted. It was a thankless job that did not bring them any benefits. "Human sovereign, please wait." The 3 deputy palace masters stopped Yi Fei at once. "What? I don't want to be the human sovereign. Are you going to force me to be the human sovereign?" Yi Fei's face was dark. He was ready to escape at any time. The 3 deputy palace masters smiled bitterly and said, "You are the human sovereign. We don't dare to attack you. However, human sovereign, don't forget that the human sovereign celestial palace was destroyed because of you. The tiger god of the divine palace died because of you. Once you leave here, the deputy palace masters of the divine palace will kill you with all their might. May I ask the human sovereign, with your current strength, can you resist the pursuit of 3 middle martial gods?" Yi Fei's eyes unconsciously glanced at the huge corpse of the tiger god. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The divine palace might not care about the death of a few martial emperors and demigods. However, the death of a martial god seemed to be a big problem. Defan suddenly advised in a deep voice, "Brother Yi, the 3 seniors are right. Now that the divine palace has lost a martial god, the hatred is too great. The divine palace will definitely vent their anger on us. Once we leave the human sovereign palace, our lives will be in danger. All right, I can stay in the human sovereign palace. However, I will not be the human sovereign no matter what." Yi Fei looked determined. In the end, under the pressure of the martial gods, he decided to stay for the time being and lay low for a while. Then, Yi Fei walked toward the huge corpse of the tiger god. Since the tiger god was dead, he would not let go of the treasures on his body. When the 3 deputy palace masters saw that the new human sovereign was robbing and seemed to be very familiar with it, they covered their faces with their sleeves and pretended not to see anything. At the divine palace, there were countless experts and experts gathered here. Not only were 90% of the experts from other tribes gathered here, but many experts from the human tribe had also joined the divine palace. The 3 middle martial god deputy palace masters and 10 lower martial god elders were guarding the divine palace. For example, the tiger god was the 10th elder of the divine palace. There were 9 lower martial gods who were more powerful than him in front of him. At this moment, these lower martial gods were gathered together with ghastly expressions. They stared at a dim statue in the divine palace. This statue was the statue of the tiger god. It had been worshipped by countless experts from the tiger tribe and had already possessed divinity. However, at this moment, the statue was broken. There was no more. There was no more divine light. The divine light has been extinguished, and the martial god is dead. Didn't the tiger god go to the human sovereign palace to kill the human called Demon? How could it be dead? Could it be the three old farts from the human sovereign palace? Chapter 1804. Divine Realm Challenge Letter. This was the highest challenge letter of the Divine Palace. Normally, the Divine Palace would only issue such a challenge letter to a powerful gold-rank sorcerer. This was the first time they had issued a Divine Realm Challenge letter to the human tribe. However, none of the martial gods present objected. After all, the human Emperor Palace did not even have a martial god. If it were not for the great prestige of the human emperor, many martial gods from other clans in the Divine Palace would have long wanted to destroy the human Emperor Palace, replace the human tribe, and become the leader of the human tribe. At the same time, the unexpected death of the tiger deity made the martial gods of the Divine Palace feel threatened by the human Emperor Palace. This threat could be an opportunity for the human Emperor Palace to rise again. As martial god from other tribes, many of them despised the human tribe from the bottom of their hearts and treated the human tribe like pigs and dogs. Of course, they did not want the human Emperor Palace, which could unite the entire human tribe, to rise again. I agree. Issue the Divine Realm Challenge letter and put pressure on the human Emperor Palace. Ask them to hand over the murderer and compensate us for our loss. Humph! It would be best if they hand over the human Emperor robe and the human Emperor's sword. Let the Divine Palace keep them. The Heavenly Sacred Hall acted quickly. Half a day after the tiger god's death, a Vice Hall Master led a group of 9 inferior martial gods. They were piloting a huge sun battleship. The battleship was made of countless treasures and looked like a magnificent island in the starry sky. An island. Behind it was a dazzling sun that emitted endless divine light. Usually, the martial gods would drive such a huge sun warship when they fought against the sorcerer tribe. The Divine Palace's purpose in bringing out such a huge warship was to intimidate the human Emperor Palace. At the same time, they wanted to use this opportunity to trample on the human Emperor Palace. My God, that's the sun warship. It only appears when they're patrolling the battlefield or fighting against the sorcerer tribe. Could it be that the sorcerer tribe is going to launch a large-scale attack again? It's not the sorcerer tribe. The Divine Palace's warship seems to be heading in the direction of the human Emperor Palace. There are 10 martial gods on it. When the sun warship flew over Wind Cloud City, all the martialists in Wind Cloud City were alarmed, especially when they sensed that there were 10 martial gods on the ship, not just martial gods. Many people's hearts trembled violently. One martial god driving the warship could be considered an inspection. However, if 10 martial gods were driving the warship together, there was only one possibility. That was war. Could it be that the Divine Palace is going to declare war on the human Emperor Palace? The Divine Palace's actions alarmed many martial gods of the human Emperor Palace. Inside the temple, an aged voice immediately sounded. What's going on? Even if the human Emperor's palace has declined, it's still a symbol of the human race. Generations of human emperors have risked their lives for the human race, regardless of gains and losses. What does the Temple of God have? What reason do you have for attacking the human sovereign palace? Soon, a well-informed martial god bowed and said, Vice Hall Master, according to my friend in the Heaven Sacred Hall, it seems like the tiger god died in the human ruler's palace. The Heaven Sacred Hall was infuriated and issued a challenge to the Heaven Sacred Hall. What? The God of Heaven's challenge? Is the Heaven Sacred Hall serious? The human emperor's palace doesn't even have a martial god now. How are they going to resist? Many martial gods of the human emperor palace were shocked. When the aged voice in the human emperor palace heard this news, it quickly became silent. If the human emperor's palace rises, the human emperor palace's status will be affected. Tell the Heaven's Sacred Hall that they can suppress the human emperor's palace, but they can't destroy it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to remain neutral. The sun worship was very fast, especially when it was being driven by the 10 martial gods. It was like a blazing sun flying rapidly. It shot through the starry sky and suddenly appeared outside the human emperor's palace. The magnificent human emperor's palace was instantly filled with an immense pressure. It was the pressure of the martial gods and the pressure of the sun worship. Seeing the enormous worship and the 10 mysterious godlike figures on the worship, Fan and the others immediately turned pale. Yifei's hands and feet were cold as well. All of a sudden, he had the urge to find Wang Bai right now and beat him to death on the spot. He finally understood why Tian Renzi would gnash his teeth in anger at the mention of the human emperor in the Celestial Formation sect, as if someone had abducted his daughter. Wang Bai was really too sinister. This old schemer didn't even ask for his consent before forcing him to become the human emperor. More importantly, the human emperor's seal had actually flicked the tiger deity to death and brought about this monstrous disaster. Yi, it's all your fault. Before you came, the human emperor's palace was quiet and peaceful. Now that you are here, we are in trouble. The death of the tiger god is not enough. Now there's so many martial gods. Luli was not happy. He believed that if he were the human emperor, he would be better than Yifei. He would be 10,000 times better. Luli, don't be rude. Wu Gang was an honest man. Even though he was frightened by the large-scale attack of the Palace of Divine Beings, he still followed his master's instructions and scrupulously followed the human emperor's instructions. Clearly, Wu Gang was good at defense, and Luli was good at offense. The human emperor's palace was in decline, but those who stayed were the best. Luli looked at Yi Fei provocatively and said, "He is not the human emperor. Why should I be polite to him? Or has he thought it through and is willing to accept the position of the human emperor?" Cough, cough. Senior brothers, don't joke around. I'm an honest man. I mean what I say. If I say no, I won't. Or I will give it to you. With that said, Yi Fei was about to throw the human emperor's seal to Luli again. Luli was so scared that his face turned green. The army of destruction and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. They could not associate Yi Fei's current actions with the dignified and glorious human emperor. The 3 deputy hall masters covered their faces with their sleeves again. They did not dare to look at Yi Fei's mischievous actions. They made up their minds to teach Yi Fei well in the future, so that Yi Fei could walk the path of selflessness from the path of evil to the path of the human emperor. Of course, before that, they had to think of a way to deal with the threat of the Palace of Divine Beings. Your Highness, please calm down. Although the Palace of Divine Beings is aggressive, the human emperor's palace is not to be trifled with. Your Highness, please allow us to borrow the power of the 3 treasures of the human emperor for the time being. They could feel that the pressure released by the Sun battleship was getting more and more horrifying. It was about to exceed the limit that the human emperor's palace could withstand. The 3 deputy hall masters roared at the same time. At this moment, they burned their demigod blood essence at the same time and condensed a seal to communicate with the 3 treasures of the human emperor that they were protecting. Suddenly, the old man holding the sword radiated sword light all over his body. He merged with the human emperor's sword and charged into the sky, charging out of the human emperor's palace. The old man holding the robe had a solemn expression. Suddenly, he spread the human emperor's robe in the air. Immediately, a vast and mighty might of the human emperor shook the starry sky and the river of stars. Human emperor phantoms appeared on the robe one after another. With the support of the past human emperors, the old man's body erupted with a divine light comparable to that of a martial god. He also charged into the sky. Chapter 1805. You humans, why don't you bow? The old man's voice was vigorous and solemn. In his hand, the human emperor's seal glowed with a mysterious light, forming mountains, rivers, and all living beings. Soon, countless chants resounded in the void. It was as if countless ancestors of the human race were praying across time and space. At this moment, Yi Fei's expression changed. Di Fan's expression changed. The army of destruction and the others widened their eyes. Wu Gang and Lu Li were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if a bloodline memory in their bodies was suddenly awakened from the ancient times. Facing the light of the human emperor's seal, all humans felt a sense of devotion from the bottom of their hearts. Then, Wu Gang and Lu Li bowed down. Di Fan, Pajun, and the others knelt down. Around the sun worship, all the human warriors who had come with them knelt down. Human Emperor's seal. How can it be the human Emperor's seal? Didn't this seal disappear with the human emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago? Why did it appear again? On the sun worship, the deputy palace master of the Sky God Palace, who was leading the team, suddenly changed his expression. Although he was powerful, in front of the human emperor's seal, not to mention the intermediate martial gods, even the upper martial gods of the human race's impregnable past didn't dare to be careless. Not only was it the symbol of the human emperor, but it was also the seal of the commander of the human race's battlefield. According to the ancient legends, as long as someone had the human emperor's seal, he could command all the warriors of the human race's battlefield and become the de facto leader of the human race's battlefield. Jun Tianyi, the human emperor's seal is here. Why don't you bow down? Are you looking down on the human emperor? The old man holding the seal raised the human emperor's seal up high. He approached the sun worship step by step with a cold expression. There were 10 martial gods on the worship. Among them, 9 were lower martial gods, and 1 was a middle martial god. With their strength and the power of the sun worship, they only needed to attack once to destroy the human emperor's palace without martial gods. When he saw the human emperor's seal, the human emperor's sword, and the human emperor's robe, even though he was the vice palace master of the Sky Divine Palace and a powerful middle-level martial god, Jun Tianyi's old face was filled with shock and fear. He could ignore the human ruler's palace, but even the martial god did not dare disrespect the human ruler, who was recognized by all races as the spiritual leader of the human tribe. We, the deities of the heavenly god palace, greet the human emperor. Jun Tianyi heaved a long sigh. Together with the 9 martial gods behind him and the thousands of martial emperors and demigods on the sun worship, they all knelt down and paid their respects to the human emperor's seal. Although most of these people were from other races, the human emperors did not only protect the human race. All the other races living on the human continent had received the protection of the human emperors. It was the generations of human emperors who risked their lives to command the gods and protect these continents, as well as the many living beings living on these continents. Therefore, the human emperor was not only the ruler of the human tribe, but also the leader of all races. However, even though he knelt down, Jun Tianyi was unwilling to give up. After paying his respects, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Although the human emperor is respected by all races, he must pay his respects." The tiger deity was not only the martial god of the Sky Divine Palace, but also an important fighting force on the human tribe's battlefield. The tiger deity cannot die in vain. The human emperor must give the Sky Divine Palace an explanation. Yes, hand over the murderer. The human emperor's palace is known for its boundless love and equality. As the human emperor, it should be impartial. What did the tiger deity do wrong? Why does the human emperor's palace want to kill the tiger deity and kill an important general on the human tribe's battlefield? The other martial gods also joined in the commotion. Those who could become martial gods were not weaklings. Although the human emperor's seal had intimidated them and prevented them from openly attacking the human emperor's palace, the tiger deity could not die in vain. The dignity of the Sky Divine Palace could not be destroyed. Therefore, the martial gods quickly joined forces and glared angrily at the 3 deputy palace masters of the human emperor's palace. The words of these martial gods made Dongfeng use expression change. He hurriedly sent a secret message to Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, there are too many martial gods this time. The human emperor's palace must not give in to the pressure and hand us over. Let's go. Don't worry, these old seniors are not that kind of people. I'm just worried that they won't be able to withstand the attacks of 10 martial gods. We have to secretly make preparations to escape." Yi Fei's expression did not change, but he secretly shot a glance at Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Shui Yu. Although the appearance of a human ruler's seal had stunned many people, in the world of martial artists, strength was always respected. Without sufficient strength, no matter how great the human ruler's prestige was, the heavenly shrine would not hesitate when it was time to act. "Jun Tianyi, you should know better than me how the tiger deity died. If you had not instigated the tiger deity to assassinate the human emperor, the old human emperor would not have personally taken action and killed him. You want us to hand over the culprit? We can't do that. If you have the ability, go and find the old human emperor yourself." The deputy shop owners were furious. They were not martial gods, but with the help of the human emperor's 3 treasures, they had the confidence to face martial gods. At the same time, they revealed an important piece of information. The tiger deity's death had not been caused by Yi Fei, but by the old human emperor. The old human emperor was Wang Bai. He had been an invincible supreme being on the human battlefield for more than 100,000 years. Although Wang Bai had gone missing later on, the human emperor's palace had declined rapidly. As long as the news of the old human emperor's death had not been confirmed, the old human emperor would still be the supreme leader of the human battlefield. He was also the greatest trump card of the human emperor's palace. What? The old human emperor? Could it be that the old human emperor has returned? No wonder the human emperor's seal, which had been missing for more than 100,000 years, suddenly appeared. From what you have said, the old human emperor has abdicated and passed the throne to the new human emperor. Jun Tianyi's expression changed drastically. Deep fear flashed across the eyes of the other 9 martial gods. If the old human emperor had returned, not only would they not be able to gain any advantage in their attack on the human emperor's palace, they would also have angered an invincible supreme. That's right. The old human emperor has returned to the human emperor's palace and personally passed the throne to the new human emperor. The hateful tiger deity, that stupid tiger, actually dared to attack the new human emperor. The old human emperor was furious and used the human emperor's seal to kill tiger deity. If you have the ability, go and find the old human emperor. The 3 deputy palace masters said coldly. The deputy palace masters said. Jun Tianyi's expression turned even uglier. The 9 martial gods behind him were greatly shocked. The tiger deity came to hunt down Yi Fei. Could it be that Yi Fei is the new human emperor? How is that possible? He is only a martial emperor. I don't believe it. The human emperor's seal is a supreme treasure. How can it acknowledge a brat who is still wet behind the ears as the human emperor? Unless you can invite the old human emperor and the new human emperor. Otherwise, we will definitely seek justice for the tiger deity's death. Jun Tianyi's expression was gloomy and ferocious. The 3 deputy palace masters sneered together. Presumptuous! What kind of status does the old human emperor have? How can he meet you puny martial gods? However, you can meet the new human emperor. Men, invite the new human emperor. Hearing the deputy palace masters and the divine palace masters testing each other, Yi Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. However, before he could react, Lu Li and Wu Gang suddenly appeared beside Yi Fei. "Your Highness, please excuse us." Chapter 1806. Outside the human emperor palace, Yi Fei's face was as black as charcoal. It was as if he had seen countless ancient desolate beasts rampaging in front of him. He had no intention of taking over the position of human emperor. However, the 3 deputy palace masters were too cunning. Wu Gang and Lu Li had secretly cooperated to push Yi Fei out. He had no choice but to face the astonished gazes of countless warriors outside and the ferocious gazes of martial gods like Jun Tianyi. It was as if they could eat him alive. He is the new human emperor? What a joke. The human emperors of the past were the strongest warriors of the human race and the leaders of the human race battlefield. What does this kid do? He is only a martial emperor, and he dares to call himself the human emperor? That's right. He was calling himself the human emperor. Despite the human ruler's seal, Jun Tianyi and the other martial gods of the Sky Sacred Hall would never acknowledge Yi Fei's status. Otherwise, if Yi Fei became the human ruler, all the martial gods on the human tribe's battlefield would have to listen to the orders of a brat who was still wet behind his ears. This was something the martial gods of the Divine Temple could not tolerate. Therefore, Jun Tianyi secretly gave the martial gods beside him a look. These martial gods immediately began to clamor. Fake! This human emperor is fake. He's just a young man. How can he be the human emperor? With his strength, any senior magus can kill him on the battlefield. I know. Human Emperor Palace. You are deliberately fabricating a new human emperor to cover up the fact that you killed the tiger god. Yi Fei was depressed. As expected, the human emperor's influence was great. However, in the world of warriors, strength was still the most important thing. He had no strength, and his fists were not as strong as these martial gods. Even if he used the 3 treasures of the human emperor, these martial gods would not care about him, let alone acknowledge his identity as the human emperor. Influenced by these martial gods, many disciples of the Divine Temple immediately began to clamor. They seemed to be deliberately inciting others to question Yi Fei's identity. However, Yi Fei didn't care. In any case, he didn't want to be the human emperor. Facing everyone's doubts, Yi Fei calmly looked at the 3 deputy hall masters and said, 3 seniors, you have seen the situation. It's not that I don't want to be the human emperor, it's just that I can't do it. I'm not qualified for the position of the human emperor. Why don't you choose someone else? Before he could finish, the 3 vice hall masters had already roared, absolutely not. Since the old human emperor gave you the human emperor's seal, you are the 7th human emperor. The human sovereign's 3 treasures are here. Who dares to be disrespectful to the human sovereign? Those who remained in the human emperor's palace and were willing to die of old age to protect it were undoubtedly people who had deep feelings for the human emperor's palace and were absolutely loyal. Faced with the crowd's doubts, the 3 old men activated the Renhuang's 3 treasures at the same time. A magnificent human Dao light burst forth and shone on Yi Fei. Suddenly, the human sovereign's sword trembled and flew into Yi Fei's hand. The human sovereign robe turned into flowing light and wrapped around Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei felt another weight in his hand. The human emperor's seal also automatically fell into his hand. It gave off an intense light, illuminated by this light. Look carefully. Apart from the human emperor, there are no other people who can bear the 3 treasures of a human emperor at the same time. Who dares to question us? Step forward. The 3 vice hall masters unleashed their auras. Although they were only demigods, their grand and glorious auras made some of the martial gods feel ashamed. The uproar from before instantly stopped. Everyone looked at Yi Fei, who was wearing the human sovereign robe and holding the human emperor's seal, in shock. Yi Fei immediately felt his scalp go numb. Although he knew that the 3 vice hall masters were forcing him to do something beyond his ability, Yi Fei knew that if he dared to say no and deny that he was the human emperor, these martial gods would probably find a reason to. They would immediately find an excuse to cut him into pieces. When he realized this, Yi Fei no longer cared about how big of a scam this human ruler was. He could only brace himself and say coldly, "That's right, I am the human ruler. Is there anyone else who has doubts about my identity?" Humph. If you want to be the human emperor, you can't just rely on the human emperor palace's recognition. What ability do you have to gain our recognition? You're just a trash martial emperor. I'd like to see who else here, other than the old fogies of the human emperor palace, will recognize a weakling like you as a human. A human emperor. Jun Tianyi's face turned pale. Seeing that Yi Fei's identity as the human emperor could not be denied, he quickly thought of another evil plan. He would make Yi Fei a figurehead and make everyone deny Yi Fei's identity as the human emperor. In this way, even if Yi Fei became the human emperor, he would only be a figurehead. He would become a laughingstock of many continents and completely lose the dignity of the human emperor. As he spoke, Jun Tianyi did not hold back. He released his divine power as a martial god. His majestic eyes seemed to carry a bloody intent as he stared at every human martial artist present. The other martial gods did the same. The divine palace was extremely powerful. Facing the murderous and threatening gazes of the 10 martial gods, even though they had witnessed Yi Fei's coronation with their own eyes and understood that Yi Fei was the new human emperor, none of the human martial artists present dared to open their mouths and acknowledge Yi Fei's identity as the human emperor. Even some of the older generation experts, who wanted to pay their respects to the human emperor because of his contributions to the human tribe, were so frightened that they did not dare to open their mouths. After all, this was a threat from the martial gods. If they dared to acknowledge Yi Fei under the threat of the martial gods, they would completely offend the martial gods and the divine palace. If Yi Fei was strong enough, he could at least protect them. However, Yi Fei was not even a martial god and was at the bottom of the list of human emperors. At this time, even if the human martial artists wanted to acknowledge Yi Fei, they would have to think twice about the huge risk of doing so. The divine palace is really something. These martial gods are really difficult to deal with. They are clearly trying to make me a figurehead and make me the human emperor in name only. If they succeed, I might become the laughingstock of the human emperor. The more he thought about it, the more speechless and angry he became. He could not find Wang Bai either. If he could, Yi Fei would definitely take the human emperor's seal and smash it into Wang Bai's head. No wonder the sorcerer god called Wang Bai a scoundrel before he died. He left a mess behind and did not clean it up himself. Instead, he inexplicably asked me to clean it up for him. Chapter 1807. Greetings, human emperor. Then, countless beautiful girls bowed to Yi Fei. Even Ling Siki followed suit and bowed to Yi Fei. The sight immediately caused the faces of Jun Tianyi and the other martial gods to turn ashen. If it weren't for the fact that they were all women, they would have immediately attacked and slapped the people who had exposed them to death. But soon, Jun Tianyi thought of something and laughed loudly and disdainfully. Ling Xiu, I remember that you also joined the Human Emperor Palace. It's only right for Tianling Continent to acknowledge this kid. But so what? Besides you, is there anyone else who will acknowledge him as the human emperor? No one. Not even one. If there is, I'll kneel down and acknowledge him as the human emperor. Humph. Jun Tianyi snorted coldly. He did not deliberately release his divine might, but his anger as a martial god was enough to make any martial artist present feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. But in the midst of this fear, a mocking voice was heard. Who do you think you are? Zhang Chunyang of the True Martial Sacred Institute greets the human emperor. Lu Mingyue of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect greets the human emperor. Wu Ming of the Shinluo Hall greets the human emperor. He Chong Tian greets the human emperor. Zhou Qiang greets the Lord. Chun Fong. Wang Shuang greets the human emperor. Boom. The starry sky was in an uproar. On the sun worship, countless martial artists of the Heavenly God Hall looked in shock and horror at the large group of human race martial artists flying over from the distant starry sky. These martial artists had specially rushed over from the Trial City. They were in Wind Cloud City and had rushed over when they heard about the conflict between the Heavenly God Hall and the Human Emperor Palace, as well as the news that Yi Fei had become the Human Emperor. Yi Fei also looked in shock at the sudden appearance of the Grand Supreme Dean, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. No, to be exact, he should be called the Tian Fa Martial Emperor now. After all, in the Formation Sect, other than the Army of Destruction and the others, the Supreme Dean, the Quasi-Emperor of Tian Fa, and the ancient peerless genius Wu Ming had all obtained the earthly spirit pearl and transformed into half-step demons. Like Di Fan and the others, they also decided to join the Human Emperor Palace. Although they had set off a few months later than Di Fan and the others, they had still managed to make it in time for the Battle of Trials. However, compared to Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the other young geniuses, the Grand Principal and the others were all experts of the older generation. Naturally, they were embarrassed to travel with the younger generation. Therefore, They had purposely delayed for a period of time. Only after Di Fan and the other young geniuses had left did they break through to the martial emperor realm. Then, they traveled together to Wine Cloud City. Faced with the heavenly deity Hall's provocation, they quickly rushed over. Ignoring the martial god's threat, they resolutely acknowledged Yi Fei. As for Zhou Qiang and the others, they were all older generation experts who had obtained Yi Fei's law fragments in the Trial City. Although they were not half-step demonic geniuses, many of them had prepared for decades, or even centuries to break through to the martial emperor realm. They had spent countless years accumulating their strength, allowing them to break through to the martial emperor realm in an extremely short period of time and rush over to Wine Cloud City. However, Zhou Chang's rapid breakthrough surprised Yi Fei. Also, Long He's appearance surprised Yi Fei even more. When Jun Tianyi saw Long He was so furious that he stomped his foot on the spot. "Bastard, you are Long He from the Wing tribe? You are also a rising star that our heavenly deity Hall has been paying attention to. Why did you ruin our stage and bring shame to our heavenly deity Hall?" Long He's expression was indifferent. After bowing, he stood up and said, "I came here to thank human Emperor Yi for disregarding our past enmity and selling me a law fragment, allowing me to smoothly break through to the martial emperor realm. Secondly, the human emperors of the past have not only fought for the human race, but also for the foreign races. They have risked their lives and fought for their entire lives. All human emperors should be respected. They are worthy of my respect." That's right. Human emperors are worthy of respect. Zhou Qiang and the others roared. In the Trial City, they had seen the Tiger tribe run amok, and the foreign races were superior to the human race. They viewed the human race as lowly, but they did not dare to speak up. That was until Yi Fei appeared and killed Marquis Bai and 3 martial emperors of the Tiger tribe. Only then did they know that the human race still had outstanding talents. Their hearts were rekindled with lofty aspirations. In addition to the encouragement of the Grand Supreme Dean and the Tian Fa Martial Emperor, these old martial emperors who had just broken through decided to join the human emperor's palace. Naturally, they were not afraid of the heavenly deity Hall's revenge. As they spoke, they bowed to Yi Fei again. This time, they bowed to thank Yi Fei for selling them a law fragment, allowing them to finally have a chance to break through to the martial emperor realm. Seeing someone take the lead, even the foreign races Long He acknowledged the human emperor. Countless human cultivators in the starry sky were greatly shaken. "Greetings, human emperor," someone suddenly shouted. More and more human cultivators bowed to Yi Fei. Although they were not bowing to Yi Fei, but to his status as the human emperor, Yi Fei's heart was deeply moved. Who said that the human race is weak? The strength of a single person may be weak, but the strength of a group of people can still reach the top of a mountain. Heavenly Deity Hall, I seem to have heard you say that no one other than the human emperor's palace will acknowledge my status. Once they do, someone has to kneel down and admit that I am a human. Human emperor. Yi Fei looked at Jun Tianyi coldly. If it weren't for these martial gods of the heavenly deity Hall looking for trouble, he wouldn't have been forced to accept the human emperor's status. It wasn't Yi Fei's habit to not take revenge. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and tell everyone loudly who I am. Yi Fei suddenly grabbed the human emperor's sword and pointed it at Jun Tianyi, a medium martial god. Jun Tianyi's face instantly turned red, as though he had been slapped hard. His face burned as he shouted in embarrassment, "Little bastard, don't think that you can become the human emperor. Kill." Seeing that Jun Tianyi still dared to be stubborn, Yi Fei suddenly grabbed the human emperor's sword and charged directly at the sun worship. Even though Jun Tianyi was a medium martial god, he was shocked. He felt that the human emperor in front of him was different from the previous human emperors. Why did he act like a hooligan? He attacked as soon as he said so. If Yi Fei was also a martial god, it would be fine. However, the most important thing was that the little human emperor in front of him was only a martial emperor. A martial emperor had actually dared to attack a martial god, a powerful medium martial god like him. Jun Tianyi was shocked for only a moment before he was completely enraged. Junior, if you dare to hurt even a strand of my hair, I can spit you to death. Old dog, if you dare to hurt even a corner of my clothes, I don't need to do anything. The human emperor, who is in seclusion in the human emperor's palace, can fart you to death. Let's see who has more guts. Kill. Yi Fei sneered and slashed at the medium martial god with his sword. Jun Tianyi saw that Yi Fei was so fearless. A mere martial emperor dared to kill him. If he didn't have the support of the human emperor, how could Yi Fei be so daring and crazy? Jun Tianyi's face suddenly turned green and white. With his strength, he could smash Yi Fei into meat paste with a casual slap. However, when he saw the splendid human emperor's battle robe on Yi Fei and Yi Fei's words, Jun Tianyi's face quickly changed for a while. Suddenly, Jun Tianyi lowered his body and knelt down. Don't kill me. I acknowledge that you are the human emperor. My divine god palace acknowledges your identity. Ah, little bastard, I have already acknowledged you. You still cut off my arm. Chapter 1808. No wonder he is a human sovereign realm warrior. He can cut off an arm of a deputy grand master of the palace of celestial beings, as long as he is disrespectful to the human sovereign realm warrior. This new human sovereign realm warrior is not that powerful, but he is as bold as the previous human sovereign realm warriors. This is what you get for belittling us humans and disrespecting the human sovereign realm warrior. Human sovereign realm warrior, go on. Just kill this old dog. Lu Li suddenly said. He remembered how the Sun battleship almost attacked the human Emperor Hall. He was already enraged. On hearing this, Yi Fei was even more enraged. He wished he could turn around and kill Lu Li, the Jinx. He had cut off the arm of a deputy grandmaster, which was surprising and frightening enough. Yi Fei was still trembling with fear. He was afraid that Jun Tianyi, the warrior god, would attack him in a fit of rage. However, Lu Li was adding fuel to the fire by saying such words. Did Lu Li not want Yi Fei to die quickly enough? Jun Tianyi's expression was gloomy as he picked up his severed arm and stuffed it into his wound. The martial god's powerful qi and blood immediately regenerated his severed arm. However, Jun Tianyi couldn't stand the fact that his arm could be regenerated. Soon, a surge of horrifying might of a warrior god burst out from him. He glared at Yi Fei as if he could eat him up. Faced with this sudden change, Yi Fei was frightened as well. He secretly cursed the sharpness of the human sovereign realm sword. He could cut off the arm of a warrior god so easily. If this warrior god was offended, Yi Fei might not be able to defeat him even if he had the 3 treasures of the human sovereign realm. The 3 deputy grandmasters were nervous as well. They sensed Jun Tianyi's killing intent. They shouted anxiously, Jun Tianyi, don't do anything rash. What are you afraid of? The old human sovereign realm warrior has returned to the palace of human sovereign and is in closed-door cultivation. If this old punk dares to touch a hair of the new human sovereign realm warrior, the old human sovereign realm warrior can kill him with a fart. Lu Li was fearless. After all, the old human sovereign realm warrior was their biggest backer. Yi Fei felt like vomiting blood. He had said that Wang Bai was in seclusion in the human emperor palace to scare the martial gods of the sky god palace. However, the warriors of the palace of celestial being did not buy it. Lu Li, on the other hand, was convinced. He was easily fooled. Yi Fei did not know what to say. But Lu Li's words did remind Yi Fei. The reason why Jun Tianyi's arm was cut off so easily by the emperor's sword was not only because of the sharpness of the emperor's sword, but also because of the old emperor that Yi Fei had mentioned. Jun Tianyi was extremely wary of the old emperor, which was why he was caught off guard and injured by the emperor's sword. Looks like the key to dispelling the martial god's anger is to use the tiger's skin and show the old human emperor's name. This idea flashed through Yi Fei's mind. Then, before Jun Tianyi's killing intent boiled up and he was about to make a move, Yi Fei made up his mind. He clenched his teeth, stepped forward, pointed to his chest, and shouted, What? You are disrespectful to the human emperor. I cut you with my sword. Are you still not convinced? Let's see. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I have already kowtowed to you, and you still want to cut me? I think you are courting death. Jun Tianyi was even more furious. His face was as green as bronze. As a powerful martial god, it was already shameful for him to kowtow to a martial god. Not to mention that Yi Fei had cut off his arm in public. Even if Yi Fei was the human emperor, Jun Tianyi still could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. At the same time, a horrifying martial god's might shook the entire sun worship. It started to sway slightly. Yi Fei's back was also covered in cold sweat. He knew that if Jun Tianyi, the martial god, took action, even the entire human emperor palace together would not be enough to kill these martial gods. However, it was even more impossible for him to admit defeat. After all, he had shown such strength just now. If he admitted defeat now, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. Once he had a guilty conscience, these martial gods would immediately realize that what he had said just now was just a bluff. From there, they would speculate that the human emperor was in seclusion in the human emperor palace and was still on the move. If they did not know, he and the others in the human emperor palace would die even faster. Thinking of this, Yi Fei understood that he had to go all out. It would be best if he could scare these martial gods. If he could not, then he would lose the human emperor's face. He could only turn around and run for his life. Old dog, if you have the guts, then don't just bark. If you have the guts, then come and hit me. Remember, hit me here. If you don't hit me, then you are a coward. Yi Fei simply threw caution to the wind. When Jun Tianyi was so angry that he wanted to kill him, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and strode directly in front of Jun Tianyi. He even puffed out his chest. The two of them were only half a meter apart. At this distance, if a martial god attacked, an ordinary martial emperor would be smashed to pieces on the spot. Even if Yi Fei had a physical body comparable to a martial god's, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, Yi Fei still decided to take a risk. In any case, it would be very difficult to escape the pursuit of the martial gods. He might as well continue to use Wang Bai's name as the human emperor to scare these martial gods. Evil creature, if you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Jun Tianyi went completely berserk. His roaring, killing intent formed a terrifying, bloody hurricane. He simply wanted to smash Yi Fei into meat paste on the spot. However, those with discerning eyes could clearly see that although Jun Tianyi's aura was incomparably violent, his raised palm was even more powerful. It was enough to shatter a star. However, that palm did not dare to land on Yi Fei. It was because Yi Fei was too calm and too bold. He simply opened his chest and allowed Jun Tianyi to kill him. In this situation, there were only two possibilities. Either Yi Fei was crazy, or Yi Fei was confident enough to guarantee that even a medium martial god would not be able to hurt him. When they thought of how Tiger Deity was killed inexplicably after entering the human emperor palace, the 9 nearby martial gods all thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. That was, Yi Fei might be telling the truth. He really did have the human emperor behind him. Moreover, this human emperor might very well be in seclusion in the human emperor palace. As for why the old human emperor did not show up, it was not hard to understand. Others might not know, but many martial gods knew that the previous human emperor was often cursed by many sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe as a cunning old fox. Yi Fei's bold action was very likely because he had received a hint from the human emperor and did it on purpose. His intention was to test the divine palace's reaction. It was also for this reason that the raging Jun Tianyi did not dare to attack, even though Yi Fei was already defenseless and standing in front of them with his chest open. He was afraid that he would follow in Tiger Deity's footsteps and die unjustly in the human emperor palace. The other martial gods also rushed over and stopped Jun Tianyi. Deputy Palace Master, calm down. This brat is still wet behind the ears. Even if he is arrogant, let's just ignore him. Yes, the human emperor palace is weak. Even if they used the human emperor's 3 treasures, they would not be able to kill Tiger Deity. There is only one possibility for him to kill Tiger Deity so easily. The human emperor has always been sinister. With his wretchedness, it is not impossible that he deliberately sent this brat to provoke us and then vent his anger on the divine palace. One by one, the martial gods stood in front of Jun Tianyi. Some of them even hurriedly winked at Yi Fei, indicating that they should stop Jun Tianyi and let Yi Fei get off the boat and run for his life. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had made the right move. If he stopped while he was ahead, perhaps Jun Tianyi's anger would dissipate. But these martial gods are in cahoots. God knows if they really want to help me or if they are cooperating with Jun Tianyi to test me. I can't retreat. Not only can I not retreat, I have to be tougher and more arrogant. Only then can I frighten these martial gods. Chapter 1809. The martial god screamed miserably as the human ruler's seal smashed his nose and face. He was so angry that his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose started emitting sparks. However, Yi Fei's actions had successfully frightened all the martial gods, including Jun Tianyi. The countless martialists around the human ruler's palace were also shocked speechless. It was not enough for a martial emperor to chop off the arm of a martial god. He even smashed the face of another martial god. If it were any other martial emperor, there would be no need for the martial gods to make a move. Just the thousands of heavenly deity halls, martial emperors, and demigods on the sun worship would be enough to tear the other party to shreds. However, the one who had attacked was Yi Fei, the new human ruler. Even a martial god whose face had been smashed was furious, not to mention the martial emperors and demigods. However, he didn't dare attack Yi Fei. Jun Tianyi, the deputy hall master of the Sky God Palace, sucked in a breath of cold air. He suspected that Yi Fei had the support of the human ruler. Perhaps the human ruler was hiding in a corner and watching them. This made Jun Tianyi and the other martial gods even more fearful. They were afraid that they would accidentally give the human ruler an excuse to kill them. Humph! Arrogant brat! Don't think that you can infuriate this old man. We are martial gods. How can we get angry with a trashy human ruler like you? That's right. Our Sky God Palace is very cultured. How can we lower ourselves to the same level as this brat with no upbringing? Yi Fei didn't say anything. He just grabbed the human ruler's sword with one hand and the human ruler's seal with the other. Suddenly, he charged at the group of martial gods. Cut the crap. Come and hit me. You. Scram. The 10 martial gods of the Sky God Palace answered Yi Fei. They roared furiously with ashen faces. However, the more arrogant Yi Fei acted, the more these martial gods hesitated to attack. They were afraid that this was a trap set by the human ruler against the Sky God Palace. Without knowing the actual situation of Yi Fei, these martial gods, including Jun Tianyi, didn't dare to take the risk to attack Yi Fei. They immediately activated the formation of the sun worship and blasted Yi Fei away. Bastards, a bunch of good-for-nothings. To think that you guys are martial gods. I'm standing right here. Come and hit me. Yi Fei immediately revealed a look of unwillingness. He desperately wanted a martial god to hit him. Lu Li, who had always been belligerent, was inspired by the fact that he had the support of the old human sovereign realm. Now he dashed out as well. As a demigod, he attacked the sun battleship that was guarded by 10 warriors. Lu Li yelled, "Idiots of the Palace of Divine Palace, you don't have the guts to hit human sovereign realm warriors, but I am your grandpa Lu. Come on, hit me." From the sun worship came the angry roar of a martial god. Lu Li, you're a piece of trash that can't even become a martial god. How dare you provoke us? Jun Tianyi stopped the martial god and said, "Don't be fooled. We all know that the former human sovereign realm warrior is a cunning old man. We must be careful. We will retreat for now. Go back and report to the Grandmaster. Wait for his order. Set sail and return to the Palace of Divine Palace." Boom! The sun battleship suddenly nodded. It paid no attention to Yi Fei's provocation and Lu Li's attack. The blazing light from the sun battleship alone forced Lu Li to step back. How unexpected! The Palace of Divine Palace came in such an aggressive manner. We all thought that the palace of human sovereign was doomed this time. However, as soon as the new human sovereign realm warrior showed up, he suppressed the 10 warriors of Divine Palace. The 10 warriors of Divine Palace were too scared to fight or curse. They had to leave in dejection. How humiliating. Yes, I think the Palace of Human Sovereign is more powerful. Now, the Palace of Human Sovereign has a new Human Sovereign Realm Warrior and an old Human Sovereign Realm Warrior. Finally, we humans have another spiritual leader. Many warriors were exclaiming. Looking at the leaving sun battleship, despite the dazzling light, many warriors still felt the fear and lack of confidence behind the Palace of Divine Palace's arrogance. What they didn't know was that Yi Fei was even more afraid. It felt good to pretend to be strong, but once that was exposed, he would die a miserable death. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly felt envious of Lu Li's simple-mindedness. Seeing the sun battleship turn around and having the support of the old human sovereign realm warrior, Lu Li, the belligerent, chased after the sun battleship for dozens of miles. He forced the warriors of the Palace of Divine Palace to move the sun battleship at full speed. Only then did Lu Li return to the Palace of Human Sovereign with his blood boiling. The first thing Lu Li did when he came back was to pat Yi Fei's shoulder in excitement and say, "New Human Sovereign Realm Warrior, good job. You are brave and courageous. But compared to me, you are still a few streets behind. Right? You don't want to be the Human Sovereign Realm Warrior, right? How about you introduce me to the old Human Sovereign Realm Warrior? How about the old Human Sovereign Realm Warrior pass the throne to me again?" Lu Li was full of longing. Yi Fei didn't want to shatter Lu Li's longing, but he couldn't bear to let Lu Li exist in his fantasy. He still said, "I'm afraid not. You are too simple-minded. You are not suitable to be the Human Sovereign Realm Warrior. You with the surname Yi, what right do you have to scold me?" Lu Li was furious. It was as if he was severely humiliated by Yi Fei. Yi Fei said gloomily, "Because I casually made up a lie, saying that the old Human Sovereign Realm Warrior was cultivating in seclusion in the Palace of Human Sovereign. Even the warriors of the Palace of Divine Palace were dubious. They even pretended to be angry to test me. In the end, you didn't even get angry. You immediately believed me. I don't feel at ease handing the Human Sovereign Realm to you." These words shocked Di Fan, the Grand Dean, and the Martial Emperor of Divine Punishment. They all looked at Yi Fei in shock and said, "Yi Fei, what you just said was a lie. Then why did you dare to anger those gods like that?" Hearing this, Yi Fei was undoubtedly even more depressed. If it weren't for the fact that the Human Sovereign Sword was too sharp and I accidentally cut off the arm of that intermediate martial god, provoking him to want to kill me, I wouldn't have risked being killed by the martial god at any time. I'm actually an honest person. In the end, Yi Fei was still worried and added a few more words. Hearing these words, the Grand Supreme Headmaster and the Tian Fa Martial Emperor both sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they looked at Yi Fei with gazes that faintly contained an expression of fear. Di Fan and the others were also so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. It must be known that Yi Fei's performance just now was too realistic. It was even to the extent of going overboard. If the old Human Sovereign was really hiding in the Human Sovereign Palace, it would be fine. If he wasn't, once Yi Fei failed to scare people just now, not to mention Yi Fei, the entire Human Sovereign Palace, including all of them, will be torn to pieces by the martial god's anger. Lu Li's face turned ashen on the spot, and then turned pale. He remembered that just now he actually rushed out and shouted along with Yi Fei, asking the martial god to torture him. In the end, when he couldn't, he even chased after the sun warship for a long distance. Lu Li suddenly felt that his legs were starting to weaken. Oh my god, I've only been with this guy for a few days, and I almost died. If I continued to be with him, I wouldn't even know how I died. Get used to it. As a matter of fact, even though following you is a bit dangerous and frightening, there are also many benefits. For example, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met that benefactor and broken through to the Martial Emperor realm so quickly. Zhou Qiang walked over and patted Lu Li's shoulder with a sympathetic look. At some point, he was also implicated by Yi Fei. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Chapter 1810. Seeing Zhou Qiang alive and kicking, Yi Fei could not help but feel strange. He did not know if it was because of the environment of the Tianling continent. In the Tianling continent, women were very suitable for cultivation. On the contrary, many men were mediocre. Therefore, Zhou Qiang's talent was not very high. He was only a top genius. With his talent, even if he had the precept fragment, it would be difficult for him to light up his domain without more than 10 years of accumulation, let alone attract the martial emperor heavenly tribulation. However, Zhou Qiang had done what many half-step demonic geniuses could do. In just over a year, he had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. This not only shocked Yi Fei, but even Ling Xiyu, the empress of the Tianling continent, looked at Zhou Qiang in surprise. This also made Zhou Qiang panic immediately. He was like a shy little wife, not daring to look at the women of the Tianling continent. After all, in the Tianling continent, the concept of women being superior to men was deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Even if Zhou Qiang had broken through to the martial emperor realm, he still had to respectfully address Ling Xiyu as empress. As for Ling Xiki, the little demigod girl, Zhou Qiang trembled with fear and only cared about pleasing her. Empress, I was actually very surprised to be able to break through to the martial emperor realm so quickly. It was all thanks to that benefactor. If he had not helped me when I was refining the precept fragment, lit up my domain, and taught me how to overcome the martial emperor heavenly tribulation, I would not have been able to break through to the martial emperor heavenly tribulation. Yes, that noble person specially told me his name and told me not to forget it. Ling Xiyu immediately asked curiously, "What is the name of that benefactor you mentioned?" Even Dongfang Yu pricked up his ears. Although Yi Fei had given Dongfang Yu a precept fragment, it would take time to refine it. If he could get the benefactor's guidance, Dongfang Yu would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm even faster. That benefactor said his name was Zhao Shunjian. Zhou Qiang said very honestly. Different from his usual swindling, he didn't dare to hide anything in the face of the two ladies' questioning. Yi Fei did not pay much attention to it at first. He was on the other side, catching up with the Grand Supreme Dean and the Tian Fa Martial Emperor and discussing clues about Lu Qing. But suddenly, Yi Fei felt that the name Zhao Shunjian sounded very familiar. Zhao Shunjian? Right? Wasn't the ancestor of the Zhao family called Zhao Shunjian? It was also this person who left behind the Phoenix Blood Sword and Phoenix Blood. It was also because of this that Zhao Yu awakened the powerful Ice and Fire Phoenix bloodline. Memories of what had happened in the northern region surfaced in his mind. Yi Fei was greatly shaken, and so was the Heaven Punishment Martial Emperor. How was that possible? Other than the 10 summoning tokens I obtained from the Heavenly Lightning Sacred Sect, there shouldn't be any other martial artist in the entire martial heaven continent who could come to the human battlefield. Human? From which era did he enter the human battlefield? Yi Fei excitedly said, Zhao Shunjian is someone from the primordial era. He is also the first mysterious genius to leave the northern region and head to the Central Plains. However, Zhao Shunjian did not enter the Central Plains in the end. Instead, he had a special fortuitous encounter in the outer sea and directly headed to space. As for why Zhao Shunjian would come to the human battlefield, Yi Fei was unable to guess. However, this was undoubtedly a very important clue. Since Zhao Shunjian was in the human battlefield, and he had specially appeared in the Trial City to help Zhou Qiang break through to Martial Emperor, then perhaps Zhao Shunjian wants to use this opportunity to pass on something to us. Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised. Since this Zhao Shunjian is the ancestor of the Zhao family, he could have told us directly. Why did he have to go through the unrelated Zhou Qiang and reveal his name to us? The Heaven Punishment Martial Emperor's expression was heavy. In the end, he was an expert of the older generation and had much more experience than Yi Fei. Since even he couldn't figure out, Yi Fei couldn't be bothered to think about it himself. The Grand Dean had been listening for a long time. Suddenly, he interrupted, "Zhou Qiang, this Zhao Shanjian, other than telling you his name, what else did he say?" Zhou Qiang calmed down and said, "This noble didn't say much. He only told me that he had heard of my title, Zhou Zhengyi, and admired my character. That's why he helped me break through to Martial Emperor. That's right, when he helped me pass the tribulation, he also mentioned a place." "What place?" Yi Fei and the Heaven Punishment Martial Emperor were very nervous. "The Northern Plains Divine Palace." Zhou Chang's tone was uncertain. There were only 3 divine palaces in the human battlefield. He had never heard of a 4th divine palace. Hearing this place, Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the others were all stunned. Even Ling Xiyu and Ling Siki were puzzled. Ling Xiyu even said angrily, "How dare you, Zhou Qiang? You even dare to lie to me? I've been in the human battlefield for so many years. How come I've never heard of the Northern Plains Divine Palace?" Zhou Qiang was timid to begin with, and he was influenced by the concept of women being superior to men. When he saw the female master getting angry, he immediately knelt down in fear and cried, "Female master, I can deceive anyone, but I don't dare to deceive the 2 masters and the Lord." Yi Fei nodded and said, "Zhou Qiang is not lying." "Brother Lu, Brother Wu, do you know anything about the Northern Plains Divine Palace?" Wu Gang and Lu Li shook their heads. "Among the 3 of us, Sister Ling joined the Human Sovereign Palace the latest, but she is the most informed. If she doesn't know, then we don't know." "Oh, Sovereign Yi, you can go and ask our 3 masters. They have lived longer than us, and they know many secrets about the Human Sovereign Palace." "Secrets?" Yi Fei's eyes lit up. As the saying went, the older you are, the wiser you are. These 3 deputy masters of the Human Sovereign Palace were not martial gods, but they could wield the human sovereign robe and the human sovereign sword. They must know many secrets that only martial gods could know. Yi Fei and the others didn't have time to catch up. They flew to the Human Sovereign Palace soon. The 3 deputy masters were inside, cleaning up the ruins bitterly. They were shocked to see a group of people running in. When they heard that Yi Fei asked about the Northern Plains Divine Palace, they were confused. But the 3 of them were indeed wiser. They thought for a while and suddenly shouted together, "There is no Northern Plains Divine Palace, but there is an Origin Divine Palace." The Northern Plains Divine Palace should be a homonym of the Origin Divine Palace. This is a secret that only martial gods know. We only know it because we are in charge of the Human Sovereign Palace. Human Sovereign, do you know what is the most important thing to reach the martial god realm? Mastering the divine realm and comprehending the precepts are not the key. The most important thing is the Heavenly Master's origin. The Origin Divine Palace is where the human sovereigns and the earthly venerables of the other divine palaces collect the Heavenly Master's origin from their respective continents and store it in secret. The Origin Divine Palace. Only the martial gods of the divine palaces know about it. As for opening it, only the masters of the Human Sovereign Palace, Human Sovereign Palace, and Divine Sovereign Palace have the ability to open it. Back then, the Human Sovereign Palace went missing and the other martial gods couldn't open the Origin Divine Palace to give birth to a new martial god. On the battlefield, the Sorcerer tribe deliberately targeted the Human Sovereign Palace, causing the martial gods of the divine palaces to be wiped out. After a while, other than the 3 of us, the others don't know about the Origin Divine Palace. If you don't know about the Origin Temple, even human emperors, when you learn about it, you must swear a blood oath to never reveal any information about the Origin Temple. Chapter 1811. Not only Yi Fei, but everyone else became serious after hearing what the 3 deputy masters had to say. This was a matter of life and death for the human race. None of them dared to be careless. They all swore solemnly on their souls. The 3 deputy hall masters nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Forget it. We wanted to wait for you to familiarize yourself with the human emperor's palace before telling you the secret of the Origin Palace. Since you asked, we have a request for you." "What is it?" Yi Fei asked curiously. We hope that you can enter the time formation and reach the divine realm in 50 years. It would be best if you can reach the demigod realm. The three Vice Palace Masters had grave expressions on their faces. 50 years was the limit of their lifespan. If Yifei could not reach the divine realm in 50 years and completely control the human emperor palace, then they could only die of old age in the demigod realm. However, the three deputy masters did not say this out loud. They did not want to put pressure on Yifei. Even so, Yifei still felt the pressure, especially with the appearance of Zhao Shunjian. Yifei's feelings were complicated. However, when he thought of Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, who had not been heard from until now, Yifei's expression became resolute. As long as he could find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, he was willing to give up even 500 years, let alone 50 years. Master, what is the time formation? Wu Gang asked curiously. Lu Li and Ling Xiu were confused as well. They were the personal disciples of the three deputy grandmasters and the future deputy grandmasters of the Hall of Human Emperors. But even they didn't know about the time formation. There are many secrets in the Human Emperor Palace that only the Human Emperor and the deputy masters know. But now is a critical time. It's okay to tell you. The three deputy masters laughed. Only then did they tell them about the time formation. It turned out that the time formation was a super formation built by the previous human emperor, Wang Bai, with the help of the formation sect. When people cultivated in it, time could be sped up by 100 times. This was even more exaggerated than the flow of time in the true martial sacred hall. One had to know that the true martial sacred hall that Divine Emperor Zhenwu had created could only accelerate time by 10 times. However, the previous human emperor had actually increased the flow of time by 100 times. It was equivalent to cultivating for a year in the true martial sacred hall. A year's time. It was said that in order to build this time formation, the previous human emperor had even taken the risk to enter the territory controlled by the sorcerer tribe. He had tricked many senior sorcerers. Even though those senior sorcerers had broken through to the supreme sorcerer realm, they still gnashed their teeth and cursed the human emperor in anger. In the past, the reason why the human sovereign palace was able to suppress the other temples and become the leader of the human race's battlefield was not only because of the strength of the past human sovereigns, but also because of the great prestige and the time formation. Unfortunately, this great time formation can only be activated by the human emperors of each generation. Otherwise, we could also use the great time formation to exchange with the other sacred halls for a spot to enter the origin sacred hall and come into contact with the heavenly venerate's origin. Then, the human emperor palace would not have fallen to such a state. The three vice hall leaders were full of resentment. Yifei understood their helplessness. They were guarding the human emperor palace, but they could not use it. They had the talent to break through to the martial god realm, but they could not come into contact with the heavenly venerate's origin. They could only watch themselves die of old age in the half-god realm. Ordinary people would not be able to endure the unwillingness and despair, but the three vice hall leaders had endured it. They would rather die of old age in the half-god realm than betray the human emperor palace. Yifei could not help but feel great respect for them. He brought his fist together at the three vice hall leaders and said seriously, "Seniors, don't worry. Your contributions to the human race and the human emperor palace won't go to waste. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can still open the time formation and the origin sacred hall so that everyone can break through to the martial god realm. Since the human emperor has said so, we won't complain even if we die." Human emperor, please. The time formation is in the human emperor's celestial palace. The three vice hall leaders were overjoyed. However, when they saw the human emperor's celestial palace in ruins, they felt like crying. It had been many years since the last time the human emperor's celestial palace was destroyed. However, as soon as Yifei arrived, the sun worship of the celestial palace attacked and even destroyed the human emperor's celestial palace. The three vice hall leaders' faces twitched. Yifei did not notice the three vice hall leaders' unpleasant expressions. He had already led the group through the ruined celestial palace and arrived at the entrance of the time formation. It was a twisted time tunnel with a strong sealing aura. It was easy to open the seal. Yifei picked up the human emperor's seal and stamped it. The seal suddenly dispersed, revealing a twisted time gate. Lu Li and Wu Gang immediately rushed in. Di Fan and the army of destruction were Shui Yu. They were not slow at all. When Dongfang Yu wanted to go in, Ling Xiyu directly pulled Dongfang Yu into her arms, indicating that she wanted to cultivate with Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu's face turned green. The Grand Supreme Dean seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Dongfang Yu sympathetically. Then, he hurried in with the Emperor of Divine Punishment and Wu Ming. Last were Yi Fei and Zhou Qiang. The strange thing was that Ling Siki was nowhere to be seen. The three vice palace masters also looked at Yi Fei with strange expressions. Several times, they wanted to say something but hesitated. However, they felt too embarrassed to speak. In the end, they could only continue to clean up the ruins of the Heavenly Palace. The three Vice Hall leaders did not enter the time formation. Firstly, the human emperor's celestial palace needed them to stay. Secondly, their realms had already reached the limit of the demigod realm. Even if they entered, they could not continue to improve. Besides, the time formation was originally built by the previous human emperor in order to quickly cultivate young talents. After entering the time formation, Yi Fei was surprised to find that there were independent spaces inside. As the human emperor, he could control the time formation alone and adjust the speed of time at will. If he fully activated it, cultivating here for half a year would be equivalent to cultivating for 50 years outside. In an instant, he could save a lot of cultivation time. This is good. Every space is a relatively independent cultivation room. This way, they won't interfere with each other, and I don't have to worry about any secrets being leaked. I guess this time formation has no matrix spirit for the sake of confidentiality. After all, every warrior had their own secrets, especially Yi Fei, the immortal sword soul, and Xiao Chao. They could not let others know about them. After discovering that the time formation was very safe, Yi Fei immediately took out the soul tower. He planned to use the time formation to refine the spirit vein inside and break through to the 11th level of the God of War path. In this way, as long as he did not try to break through to the 11th level and condense the Azura battle body, he would not have to worry about attracting the heavenly tribulation of despair. Of course, considering that the cultivation time this time was relatively long, Yi Fei also felt the pinch. He poured out all the spirit stones he had on him and was even forced to take out dozens of spirit veins and throw them on the ground to form spirit chi dragons. Then he sternly instructed Xiao Chao, who came out. Xiao Chao, look after the dragon turtle. Chapter 1812. Fused Divine Domain. Actually, not only did the dragon turtle have this feeling, but Xiao Chao also felt that something was wrong with Yi Fei. However, Xiao Chao couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. The dragon turtle was born as a ferocious demon, but it still felt a chill down its spine, as if it was being watched by someone. The dragon turtle was so scared that it subconsciously stretched out its black mouth, wanting to eat a few spirit stones to calm itself down. Yi Fei and Xiao Chao's faces darkened. They suddenly had the urge to throw the dragon turtle away. They just said that it wasn't allowed to eat, but the dragon turtle immediately acted up again. Xiao Chao, drag it out and beat it up. Yi Fei's face darkened. He didn't care how badly the dragon turtle would be beaten up and directly walked into the spirit tower. However, before he went in, the spirit tower seemed to produce some kind of repulsive force, which made Yi Fei a little confused. He also suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seems that I was overthinking. Xiao Chao is just outside. If he discovers anything, he will definitely tell me. Yi Fei shook his head. He had absolute trust in Xiao Chao's ability. However, because he had too much trust in Xiao Chao's ability, Yi Fei overlooked something. That was, Xiao Chao was usually very sensitive to spiritual energy. However, if the other party didn't have any spiritual energy or even any energy waves, then even Xiao Chao wouldn't be able to sense it. The current situation was like that. When Yi Fei walked into the spirit tower, a figure the size of a grain of rice was shaken off Yi Fei's body and fell to the ground. Then, it immediately turned into a little girl. This little girl was none other than Ling Siki. Yi Fei still refused to hand the dragon turtle over to her. She also saw the dragon turtle climb onto Yi Fei's body and disappear. Ling Siki naively thought that as long as she could shrink and hide on Yi Fei's body, she would be able to find the dragon turtle and capture it. The 10 Spirits creation heavenly technique was indeed an unimaginably strange martial art. It completely brought out the little girl's naivety and imagination to the extreme. For example, before Yi Fei entered the human Emperor Sky Palace, Ling Siki activated her sky skill when no one was paying attention. She turned into the size of a grain of rice and hid on Yi Fei's body. To avoid being discovered by Yi Fei, the little girl hid all her energy waves. This kind of method was very difficult for other martial artists to do, but the 10 Spirits creation heavenly art had the meaning of creation. Ling Siki was also innocent and pure, her heart pure and flawless. She actually managed to fool everyone. It was only when the repulsive force of the Spirit Tower automatically shook Ling Siki out that the dragon turtle subconsciously bounced up in shock. Xiao Chao also widened his eyes. He didn't expect that there was someone hiding on Yi Fei's body. Xiao Chao was very surprised. Ling Siki was even more surprised. Little Guogua is so mysterious. Not only is he hiding the dragon turtle, he's also hiding a little sister. Little sister, how old are you? Don't you know how to speak? Xiao Chao's face darkened. He didn't say a word. He only revealed a very vigilant and angry look. The dragon turtle was also dumbfounded. It quickly and quietly crawled towards the Spirit Tower, wanting to inform Yi Fei. Seeing Xiao Chao's angry expression, Ling Siki also realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. However, there was always a special way for girls to communicate. Ling Siki thought for a moment. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the dragon turtle. She slapped it on the ground and explained softly, "I'm here to play with the dragon turtle. I don't mean any harm. Look, it's just like this." As she spoke, Ling Siki had already swatted the dragon tortoise toward Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao hesitated, but when she saw the dragon tortoise flying towards her, she subconsciously swatted the dragon tortoise back. Ling Siki's eyes lit up. She quickly slapped the dragon turtle at Xiao Chao again. Xiao Chao suddenly perked up and slapped the dragon turtle back. Then, Xiao Chao and Ling Siki looked at each other at the same time. They both revealed a surprised expression. Only the dragon turtle's face was ashen. At this moment, it was roaring loudly, hoping to attract Yi Fei's attention. Inside the Spirit Tower, Yi Fei also had a strange expression. He was secretly shocked by the wonders of the 10 Spirits creation heavenly technique. This heavenly technique is indeed worthy of its name. It actually has such a magical transformation. However, it's a pity that the time array can only be entered and exited once. If I send Ling Siki out now, she will lose her time in the time array. The opportunity to cultivate will not be good for roping in those female warriors from Tianling continent. Since he was the human emperor, he naturally had to consider the human emperor's palace. Moreover, Ling Siki was innocent at this moment. She had followed him purely because she wanted to play with the dragon turtle. At this moment, when he saw that Xiao Chao seemed to be having a good time with Ling Siki, Yi Fei could not bear to spoil Xiao Chao's good mood. Yi Fei simply pretended that he didn't see or hear anything. He was focused on cultivating in the spirit-gathering pagoda. Boom! With his martial emperor cultivation, Yi Fei refined the spiritual meridians again. Not only was his efficiency higher, but his speed was also faster. In less than a year, he had refined almost 4,500 spiritual meridians. As the spiritual meridians were refined, Yi Fei's spiritual soul also continued to grow stronger. At this moment, the countless deities sitting cross-legged in his spiritual soul had gradually merged into one, forming an even more powerful deity sitting cross-legged in his spiritual soul. Yi Fei knew that this spiritual soul was the key to him breaking through to the 11th level of the God of War path and cultivating the Azuric combat body. However, he still did not dare to take this step. Once I step into the 11th level of the God of War path, my power of despair will undergo the 8th fusion and attract the despair heavenly tribulation again. This is not a joke. Before I have absolute confidence, I will be courting death if I fuse. It is better to wait until I am fully prepared before trying to break through. Yi Fei hesitated. Thirdly, he forcefully resisted the urge to cultivate the Azura combat body. Moreover, he also needed to leave some spiritual meridians to fuse with the deity territory. As for the method to fuse with the deity territory, the 3 deputy palace masters had already taught him in detail. It turns out that lighting up the territory is to break through the limit and attract the martial emperor heavenly tribulation. If I can light up the territory and let it burn, I can further refine and fuse it to form the deity territory. A heavenly territory and a deity territory. This is the biggest difference between a martial emperor and a demigod. On top of the deity territory, if I can comprehend the precepts and break through to the martial god realm, then the deity territory will become a real martial god small world. What is a martial god? Born a world is a martial god. What is a demigod? Stepping into the deity territory is a demigod. Territory burn. Yi Fei wore a solemn expression. Suddenly, he was like a godly emperor sitting cross-legged in the sky with a vast martial emperor aura. At the same time, he was like an old monk meditating. 9 scorching suns appeared behind him. They were not real scorching suns, but 9 territories that Yi Fei had lit up with the fragments of precepts. These 9 territories were the limit of a cultivator's ability. The more heavenly territories were fused, the stronger the deity territory would be, and the easier it would be for the cultivator to come into contact with the heaven origin energy and break through to the martial god realm. Chapter 18:13. Of course, merging with a deity territory had its risks. There was a time limit to the burning of the territory. If the martialist failed to condense a deity territory and break through to the demigod realm, the territory would collapse and the martialist would lose the chance to break through. In other words, there was only one chance to break through to the demigod realm. Once the merging of the territory failed, the martialist would lose the territory and be unable to continue breaking through. Therefore, merging with a deity territory was a tense and dangerous time for any martial emperor. This was also the reason why many martial emperors would try their best to obtain more heaven-grade territories before merging with a deity territory. As long as the heaven-grade territory was big enough, even if 1 or 2 failed to merge, it would still be fine. There were other territories that could be merged successfully. However, the 8-level Sky Dragon requires 8 territories to be fully unleashed. If I want to condense the real 8 trigrams, I have to cultivate 8 different laws. I can't lose these territories. This merging of the deity territories must be a complete success. After taking a deep breath, Yi Fei released his Tai Chi territory first. Then, he activated his martial emperor blood essence to form a layer of terrifying blood flames. In an instant, the Tai Chi territory was completely ignited. Boom! The burning Tai Chi territory turned into a blazing sun that illuminated the void. It was glorious and sacred. This also meant that the Tai Chi territory was gradually evolving into a real deity territory. During this process, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yi Fei suddenly had a thought. Since my mind power can raise the level of the territory and transform it, I wonder what will happen if I add my mind power to the evolving Tai Chi territory. This was undoubtedly a very bold attempt, and it was also something that only Yi Fei could do. This was because ordinary warriors were simply unable to cultivate mental energy. Even the powerful martial gods could only produce the power of the divine soul, and were unable to produce pure mental energy. However, the person who had been abandoned by the heavens was different. This special constitution allowed Yi Fei to cultivate any kind of power. He could cultivate martial arts or sorcery. To be safe, Yi Fei thought for a moment before releasing his mind power. A powerful mind nebula quickly formed around Yi Fei, forming a golden deity sea. This sea of consciousness was very unique. It was a wizard's sea of consciousness, but it was also very different from the blue sea of consciousness that normal wizards gathered. However, the mind power released by such a spirit sea seemed to be exceptionally strong. When Yi Fei tried to inject this special mind power into the burning Tai Chi domain, the Tai Chi domain started burning. There was a loud bang. The Tai Chi domain burned even more fiercely, as if oil had been added to the fire. Behind Yi Fei, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt. This also made the Tai Chi domain burn even more vigorously and for a longer time. It's done. The longer the domain burns, the greater the chances of it transforming into a god domain. My guess was right. Mind power has an unimaginable effect on domains. Now, I don't have to worry about losing my domain anymore. Yi Fei perked up and started to go all out. He activated his spiritual energy and provided an endless amount of energy to the burning of the Taiji domain. In the process of the domain burning, Yi Fei also had a very strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he had become the Tai Chi domain, constantly burning and transforming, as if he had been reborn from the ashes. Some warriors might fail in this transformation and suffer the backlash of a failed fusion. However, in front of his mind power that was comparable to a wizard's, Yi Fei didn't have to worry about his domain failing to fuse. The raging Tai Chi domain burned for a full year. Finally, it condensed into a special Tai Chi symbol that suddenly sank into Yi Fei's glabella and imprinted itself on Yi Fei's soul. Yi Fei's soul suddenly shook. Yi Fei's entire body also started to burn as if he had been reborn from the ashes. Large amounts of gray impurities were constantly being smelted out of his body by the divine flames of the domain. Yi Fei was shocked to discover that there were so many impurities in his body. I see. Breaking through to the demigod realm is to purify oneself and take the first step to becoming a god. The more domains I fuse with, the more times I have to purify myself. If cultivating the combat demon body had transformed Yi Fei's body into a divine artifact, then the purification after the burning of the domains would make Yi Fei's body even purer and more divine. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Fei didn't just have one heavenly domain, but a total of 9. In other words, he could purify himself 9 times before completely cultivating a divine domain. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was also a level that only a peerless genius could reach. Moreover, the more times I purify myself, the deeper I can come into contact with the heavenly venerate's origin and obtain the opportunity to comprehend the laws. I just don't know what kind of laws I will comprehend after breaking through to the demigod realm. Yi Fei thought as he cultivated. After the Tai Chi domain started to burn steadily and transform, Yi Fei immediately ignited the blood demon domain and the lightning domain. The 3 domains burned together. Even though Yi Fei's mind power was comparable to a sorcerer's, it reached a certain limit and he had to slow down the fusion process. Even so, when Yi Fei ignited the 9 heavenly domains as body one by one, Yi Fei's entire body gradually emitted a strong divine glow. This glow also became brighter and brighter as the domains fused. In the end, Yi Fei's entire body was completely enveloped by this layer of divine glow. He transformed into a blazing sun suspended high in the void, illuminating the entire time formation. Based on the time, the new human emperor should be done fusing his domains and starting to form his own divine domain. I wonder how many divine domains the new human emperor can fuse? The strongest person in the human emperor's palace is the 3rd human emperor. As a peerless genius, he successfully fused 8 divine domains. It's amazing. Although the new human emperor's aptitude is not bad, how can he compare to the 3rd human emperor? I think he can fuse 6 divine domains at most. That should be enough. Boom. While the three deputy palace masters were having a lively conversation, a blinding ray of divinity suddenly appeared in the void where the grand temporal formation was located. The light was extremely resplendent, and it penetrated the entire grand temporal formation, illuminating the entire human sovereign palace and the dark starry sky around it. Chapter 1814. It's the 9 great realms. Combining them at the same time, the current human emperor has surpassed all the previous human emperors. Only one person with such talent has appeared in the human tri-battlefield, and that was a heaven supremacy. Could this kid's potential be comparable to a heaven supremacy? In the starry sky outside the human emperor's palace, a blood-colored figure was slowly crawling out from the body of an ancient desolate beast. Half of his body was in human form, while the other half was like countless roots condensed from blood. They were firmly embedded in the ancient desolate beast's body, preventing it from escaping. It could only become a puppet under its control. If Yifei were here, he would definitely recognize that this strange figure was Shui Yao, who had once sneak attacked him. Shui Yao had not escaped, but had been hiding in the dark, watching Yifei, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, Shui Yao had not expected Yifei to grow so quickly. Not only had he quickly broken through to martial emperor, but he had also entered the human emperor palace and become the new human emperor. Even if Yifei was the human emperor in name only, the human god palace and divine god palace would not acknowledge Yifei and allow the new human emperor to surpass the 2 divine god palaces. However, Yifei's identity as the human emperor still made many people wary of him. The blood demon hovered in the starry sky outside of the human emperor palace, hesitating for a long time. Eventually, he saw that Yifei had fused his 9 domains perfectly, creating the legendary godly domain. Finally, the blood demon gave up. Instead of standing guard outside, he slipped into the darkness of the starry sky. Time formation. Yifei also looked at his divine realm in shock. He still remembered his battle with Ma Wangshen, the femme fatale, and Jin Taisui, the 3 martial gods of the divine god palace. They had also used their divine realms, but their defense was not very strong. The light that it emitted was also the color of bronze. As for the divine domain that Yifei had condensed at this moment, it was astonishingly the color of brilliant gold. Golden divine realm? Could it be that my divine realm, like my spirit sea, has changed under the influence of Shangjiu? Yifei looked very serious. The other Magi's sea of consciousness were all blue, but his was the only one that was golden. The god domains of the other warriors were all cyan in color. Only his god domain seemed to be cast in gold. It was incomparably real, as if it had completely condensed into a special world. This inevitably made Yifei a little nervous. He secretly wondered if something would happen if he continued cultivating like this. It was only after he asked the 3 Vice Hall Masters that Yifei found out that the divine domain was also divided into different grades. They were respectively cyan, silver, and gold. Amongst them, the green divine territory was the weakest, followed by the silver divine territory, and the gold divine territory was the strongest. However, in the human battlefield, there were very few warriors who could condense a golden divine domain. Yifei was not the first, but he was the second. The other martial gods, including the past human emperors, had all condensed silver god domains. The only difference was the strength of their god domains. The divine domain is the strongest defense of a demigod. As long as they open their divine domain, they will be invincible and invulnerable. As long as the divine domain is not broken, the demigod's body will not suffer any harm. I just wonder how strong an attack my mutated divine domain can withstand. Yifei subconsciously wanted to find the dragon turtle to spar with. However, after the crack in the dragon turtle's black cauldron, it seemed that the dragon turtle had sworn that it would not help Yifei test his martial arts even if it was beaten to death. Yifei's face darkened. He could only dismiss the idea of going out to spar with the dragon turtle. Besides, everyone only had one chance to enter the Great Time Array. The second time they entered the Great Time Array would be ineffective. Compared to testing his martial arts with the dragon turtle, Yifei felt that it was more important to seize the time and cultivate more primordial heaven techniques. Currently, the primordial heaven techniques that I have mastered are the Tai Chi Sword Dao, Heavenly Cauldron Suppressing Gods, Dragon Suppressing Nine Heavens, Divine Azura Fist, and Heavenly Sage Demonic Art. Although the Great Void Steps is also a primordial heaven technique, it has no offensive power. I still have the Holy Frost Art, Reincarnation Hell, and the strongest 6 paths of slaughter. God, Yifei had never had the time to cultivate the last 3 primordial heaven techniques. Now that he could enter the Great Time Array and speed up time, Yifei quickly decided to seize the remaining time and quickly cultivate the 6 paths 7 arts of the 6 paths Sacred Palace. This way, he would be able to use the 8 extreme heavenly dragon to control 8 primordial heaven techniques at the same time. Just thinking about that kind of power made Yifei's blood boil. Undying Sword Soul. Whether or not I can use the remaining time to cultivate these primordial heaven techniques will depend on you. Yifei's consciousness sank into his dantian. He had already awakened the Undying Sword Soul and once again increased his comprehension without limit. With the Undying Sword Soul's comprehension, Yifei was the Grandmaster who had created the Taiji Sword Dao. Even though every immemorial heavenly art was unfathomable and required many cultivators to spend a large amount of time and effort to cultivate, there was still 1 year left in the time formation. Yifei's expression changed. In the end, Yifei cultivated the last 3 primordial heaven techniques. I really want to try the power of 8 primordial heaven techniques at the same time now. Yifei stood up and stretched his stiff body. Boom! At the same time, the aura of tribulation clouds suddenly came from inside the Great Time Array. Yifei was a little surprised. He immediately communicated with the Great Time Array and looked in the direction of the tribulation clouds. He found that Dongfang Yu had started to undergo the Martial Emperor Tribulation. Yifei was very surprised. What's wrong with Dongfang Yu? It took him 50 years to start the tribulation clouds. But then, Yifei saw that Dongfang Yu's bare fists were not injured by the tribulation lightning. He nodded secretly. He understood that Dongfang Yu must have been wholeheartedly studying fist techniques all these years. Now that he had entered the Dao from the Dao and had his own fist Dao, he could easily start the tribulation clouds. Tribulation clouds. It seems that after getting married, Dongfang Yu's mind is as steady as a rock. Yifei could not help but sigh. Since Dongfang Yu had no problems with the tribulation clouds, he was too lazy to do anything. Withdrawing his consciousness, Yifei lifted his foot and walked out of the spirit gathering tower. Now that he had completed the God realm and broken through to the demigod realm, it was time to go to the Origin Temple to get in touch with the Celestial Master's origin and comprehend the Dharma. At the same time, he wanted to see what Zhao Shunjian was up to. Hey, where are the spirit stones? Yifei remembered that before entering the spirit gathering tower, he had prepared a large number of spirit stones and even a few spirit veins. But these things were all gone. Instead, the dragon turtle's shell, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, began to reflect light. When Yifei came out, Xiao Chao and the little girl Ling Siki were holding the dragon turtle in a tug-of-war competition. Xiao Chao pulled the dragon turtle's tail with all his strength, making the dragon turtle's tail very long. Ling Siki hugged the dragon turtle's neck tightly, her face red. She also pulled the dragon turtle's neck and tail to the other side with all her strength, making the dragon turtle's neck and tail as straight as noodles. Chapter 1815. What did you say? Yifei, that little bastard, didn't lose a single realm. He even merged 9 deity realms and cultivated the strongest deity realm. How is that possible? That's an achievement that none of the past human emperors have achieved. He's just a little devil. How can he have such incredible potential? Divine Palace. Jun Tianyi, the deputy palace master, was talking to a scarlet-robed youth with a smile on his face. When he heard the news from the scarlet-robed youth, his smiling face immediately turned livid. The scarlet-robed youth acted as if he didn't see Jun Tiany's ugly expression. He was only a martial emperor, but he didn't even care about a medium martial god. He continued to speak coldly. Why is it impossible? I suspect that Yi Fei is walking the same path of despair as the heaven and earth supremes. Of course, he can cultivate the strongest deity realm. When he becomes a martial god in the future, it's very likely that he'll transform into the strongest martial god. The strongest martial god. Damn it. This little bastard is already a human emperor. If he becomes the strongest martial god, then all of us martial gods will have to listen to his orders, won't we? Jun Tiany's expression turned even uglier. There was one thing that the 3 deputy palace masters of the Human Emperor Palace had never told Yi Fei. Being a human emperor was a heavy responsibility, but correspondingly, the power of a human emperor was also immense. As long as Yi Fei took out the human emperor's seal, he could command all the martial gods of the human tribe to form an army. A real army of martial gods. Unfortunately, the Human Emperor Palace was too weak now. It didn't even have a martial god. If Yi Fei took out the Human Emperor's seal, he could command all the martial gods and force them to do so. But correspondingly, this would also anger the human god and earth supremes. When the Human Emperor Palace declined, the 2 earthly supremes had already firmly controlled all the rights of the human tribe. Although the Human Emperor's seal could command all the martial gods of the human tribe, it would also seriously infringe on the interests of the 2 earthly supremes. With the means of an earthly venerable, even if he could not openly attack the new human emperor, the Human Emperor Palace would not be able to withstand any secret attacks. Jun Tiany, I didn't expect you to be afraid. Yi Fei is very strong, and the human sovereign status is very honorable. But don't forget that the position of human sovereign can also be taken by force through challenges. The blood-robed youth said gloomily. Jun Tiany thought of something. His ugly face suddenly turned into wild joy. Why didn't I think of that? Even if the previous human emperor passed the throne to Yi Fei, as long as that little bastard doesn't break through to the martial god realm, his position as the human emperor won't be stable. At this point, Jun Tiany stood up solemnly and bowed to the blood-robed youth. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shui Yao. Otherwise, I would have messed up the temple master's plan. After being scared back to the divine palace by Yi Fei, Jun Tiany immediately passed on the information about Yi Fei to the earthly supremes and earthly supremes in the human tribe's impregnable pass as quickly as possible. However, the earthly supremes and earthly supremes did not have any reaction. Only the servants of the earthly supremes and earthly supremes replied coldly. Got it. Jun Tiany had been thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Now that the blood-robed youth had reminded him, he finally came to a complete realization. Yi Fei had stayed in the time formation for 50 years. However, only half a year had passed on the human tribe's battlefield. During this time, the others had also made rapid progress. Dongfang Yu had become a demi-demon and had also broken through to the martial emperor realm. Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Shui Yu had all condensed their god realms and reached the demigod realm. The most surprising one was the ancient genius, Wu Ming. Even though he was from the Sanluo Hall, the Sanluo Hall had already severed its ties with the Voodoo tribe. Therefore, Wu Ming had also received guidance from the Formation Master. In addition, he was originally from the ancient times and knew many ancient secrets. With such a strong foundation, he had quietly broken through to the demigod realm. However, the Grand Dean and the Quasi-Emperor Tian Fa had not reached the demigod realm, yet due to the limitations of their martial arts. Wu Gang and Lu Li were demigods themselves, so they did not have many breakthroughs. Ling Xiu, on the other hand, had also broken through to the demigod realm with the help of 50 years of accumulation in the time formation. At this point, the number of demigods in the Human Emperor Palace had doubled from the 3 deputy masters, Wu Gang and Lu Li. Finally, there were signs of prosperity, which was a huge surprise for the 3 deputy masters. This is great. The heavens have not forsaken the Human Emperor Palace. Now, not only do we have a new human emperor, but we also have so many demigods. We can die without regrets. The three deputy masters' eyes were red. They had gone through a lot of hardships. They clearly understood how difficult it was for them to achieve this. Yifei looked at them sternly and said, "Seniors, don't worry, you won't die. I'm still waiting for you to break through to the martial god realm and restore the reputation of the human emperor palace." Haha, we're very happy that your highness is so kind. However, we still have a difficult obstacle to break through to the martial god realm. We must overcome it, and that's how to enter the Origin Sacred Hall. The three Vice Hall masters smiled bitterly. Yifei's face darkened. Could it be that there's some kind of obstacle to entering the Origin Shrine? Could it be that the Heavenly God Palace is up to something? The Tian Fa Martial Emperor was, after all, a veteran of the Jianghu. He quickly reacted. His words also made everyone present nervous. It should be known that if one wanted to break through to the martial god realm, it would be very difficult to achieve a breakthrough, even if one cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This was because the heavenly venerate origin in the land, which was the world that everyone was in, was too rare. Even a wisp of it might not appear even in 100,000 years. It would take a lot of time and effort to find and refine this wisp of origin. Therefore, the fastest way to break through to the martial god realm was to enter the Origin Shrine. There was a large amount of Heavenly Highness origin there. It would allow everyone to quickly ignite their divine flames and break through to the martial god realm. The three Vice Hall masters all had grave expressions. That's indeed the case. Your Highness has condensed 9 domains, and then combined 9 into one to form the most powerful divine domain. This is too great of a disturbance, and it's something we didn't expect. The Human God Hall and the Celestial God Hall definitely won't allow your Highness to continue growing like this. Of course, as long as the Human Emperor is alive. As long as the Human Emperor is alive, the martial gods of the 2 sacred halls will not dare to attack your Highness openly. However, I'm afraid that the elders of the 2 sacred halls will not attack your Highness. Instead, they will send their juniors to challenge the Human Emperor. They might even try to take your Highness's position as the Human Emperor. Yifei was extremely shocked. What? The position of the Human Emperor can be seized? Of course. Of course. The 4th Human Emperor doted on his children. In his later years, he passed the position of the Human Emperor to his son despite the opposition of the public. In the end, his son killed several human tribe experts who were a threat to the position of the Human Emperor in order to strengthen his position. This angered the public. The 5th Human Emperor killed the current Human Emperor alone. He was recognized by the Human Emperor seal and became the new Human Emperor. Chapter 1816. The Son of God. Yifei's expression was stern. After offending the Sky God's Hall by accident, he had learned a lot about the Sky God's Hall through Zhou Qiang, including this son of the god. Yifei had seen the Son of God's ranking on the Trial City's Wind Cloud roll. He had also ranked first on the Wind Cloud roll. If nothing went wrong, the Son of God would become a powerful upper martial god in the future. If he improved further, he might even break through to the earthly venerable rank and become a part of the human tribe's battlefield. He was also a powerful temple master. Most importantly, not only was the Son of God powerful, it was said that he had cultivated for a shorter time than Yifei. In just over 30 years, the Son of God had cultivated from an ordinary person to a demigod. This was also the reason why many experts on the Wind Cloud roll were so afraid of the Son of God. Even Yifei was shocked when he heard that such a powerful demigod might attack him and even try to take away his position as the Human Emperor. However, Yifei soon calmed down and said in a low voice, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. It just so happens that I haven't met a real, peerless genius in the human tribe's battlefield. The Son of God can be my opponent and test the complete 8-level celestial dragon that I've cultivated." When Yifei mentioned the 8-level celestial dragon, Di Fan's eyelids twitched. Even the Tianfa Martial Emperor and the Grand Supreme Dean relaxed. Others might not know, but they knew very well that this was a supreme cultivation technique that could defeat a human demon. They did not believe that the Son of God could be more terrifying than a human demon. The three temple masters were satisfied with Yi Fei's strong fighting spirit. After all, as the human emperor, the last thing he should be afraid of was facing a powerful enemy. Your Highness, since you're ready, come with us. We'll bring you to the Origin Temple. Oh yes, although you can only unleash the power of the human emperor's three treasures after breaking through to the martial god realm. A demigod can also unleash its power to a certain extent by burning his life force and blood essence. The temple masters respectfully handed the three treasures of the human emperor to Yi Fei. Lu Li, Wu Gang, and Ling Xiyu were all taken aback. What? Using the three treasures of a human sovereign will cost your lifespan? Master, you have used them so many times. Your lifespan? Don't worry, we won't die for now. We still have a chance to rank up to the martial god realm in at least 50 years. The three Vice Hall leaders were calm. However, no one knew how many hardships and sacrifices they had made to ensure that the human emperor's palace remained standing. Yi Fei suddenly understood why Wang Bai had given him the human emperor's seal. Wang Bai, do you want to use me to compensate these old people who have sacrificed their lives for the human emperor's palace? If that's the case, I will definitely do it. Yi Fei solemnly accepted the three treasures of the human sovereign. Suddenly, he felt a sense of pride. He was not as great as the other human sovereigns, who did not care about life or death and only fought for the human race and the common people. However, he could help these old people and heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the human emperor's palace to the best of his ability. Let's go. I can't promise you anything else, but everyone in the human emperor's palace is qualified to enter the Origin Temple. No one could stop us. Yi Fei said with pride. Wait, has anyone seen my sister? How come I haven't seen her? Ling Xiyu suddenly asked around worriedly. Yi Fei almost tripped and fell to the ground. In order to seal Ling Xiki, this little lass's mouth, Yi Fei promised countless benefits. One of them was that when she wanted to play with Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle, Yi Fei could not refuse her for any reason. When she wanted to enter the space of the beast mark, Yi Fei could not refuse her for any reason. Just thinking about it made Yi Fei depressed. Although the Origin Temple was the biggest secret of a human race battlefield, it was not in the human emperor's palace, the divine palace, or the human god's palace. It was hidden in a mysterious space in the battlefield of liches and demons. The battlefield of liches and demons was the battlefield of the demon race and the sorcerer tribe in the primordial age. Countless sorcerer gods and demon kings had died in the battle. There were curses and dangerous traps everywhere, but there were also many primordial age hidden in it. The primordial age was the most glorious era in the world. At that time, there were no divisions between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gods, demons, liches, demons, the human race, and all other races lived in the same world. Gods and demons could be seen walking in the villages. In the forests, countless demon kings and demon kings ran rampant. The primordial heavenly skill was part of the classics passed down from the primordial age. Until now, there were still countless warriors who went to the battlefield of liches and demons in search of opportunities. There was even a lucky warrior who found a demon king's cave and obtained a half-step earthly venerable cultivation technique, which shocked the entire human race battlefield. However, these warriors did not know that the Origin Temple was the most hidden place in the battlefield of liches and demons. It was hidden in a mysterious space. Not only could it travel through space, but it could also travel through time. Only the 3 palace masters of the human emperor's palace, the human god's palace, and the divine palace possessed it. It was the ability to summon the Origin Temple out of time and space. In the past, the human emperor's palace had declined rapidly because the human emperor and the human emperor's seal had disappeared together. No one could summon the Origin Temple. Now that Yi Fei had become the human emperor, he wanted to make up for this shortcoming and make the human emperor's palace strong again. Then, he would lure Wang Bai out and beat him up. Your Highness, look. That's the battlefield of liches and demons. Oh no, the divine palace is one step ahead of us. The three deputy palace masters' faces suddenly turned pale. Outside the battlefield of liches and demons, a dazzling and gorgeous sun worship was slowly approaching the battlefield of liches and demons. The leader was not a martial god, but a group of demigod experts. Most of the demigods were very young. Less than 10% of them were older experts. However, regardless of whether it was the young demigods or the older demigods, their auras were very powerful. The auras of the young demigods were as vast as the stars in the sea. Compared to the three demigods that Yi Fei had killed, Niu Wangxin and the other two demigods were at least 10 times weaker. Needless to say, these demigods were the real elites of the divine palace. They were also the future martial gods. Oh, isn't this the new human emperor of the human emperor's palace, great human emperor Yi? What a coincidence. Are you going to the origin temple too? Why didn't you prepare a warship? Why are you traveling on foot? Chapter 1817. Hearing the gossip coming from the sun worship, not to mention Di Fan and the others, even the three deputy hall masters were enraged. Everyone, don't be rash. The sun worship is extremely fast. How can there be such a coincidence? We came on foot and actually caught up to the sun worship of the heavenly temple. Divine punishment. Are you saying that this might be a trap set up by the heavenly temple? The Supreme Dean said in a deep voice. Like the divine punishment quasi-emperor, he was a veteran of the martial world and had experienced countless storms of his life. He could clearly sense that something was wrong. Yi Fei nodded and said nothing. He just led everyone and continued to walk towards the battlefield of the liches and demons. This also stunned the many demigods of the heavenly temple. Soon after, even louder taunts came from the sun worship. Great human Emperor Yi, aren't you very brave? You even dared to beat up the martial gods. In the end, when you see us, you don't even dare to fart? Hey, don't make it sound so bad. He is still a new human emperor. Even if he is a trash human emperor who hasn't even broken through to the martial god realm, we still have to give him face. Crack! Lu Li clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with anger and humiliation. He was a fighter to begin with. Not to mention that the words of these demigods of the heavenly temple were getting worse and worse. Master, human Emperor Yi, I can't stand it anymore. Even if you can't, you have to. Learn from His Highness. Look at how calm he is. Even though the three deputy hall masters were furious, for the sake of breaking through to the martial god realm, they chose to swallow their anger for the time being. Even the divine punishment martial emperor felt that it was unwise to start a conflict with the heavenly temple now. They were only insulted a little. It would be over if they endured it. Yi Fei frowned as well. If these people were just being sarcastic, he wouldn't care. After all, the mouths belonged to others. However, these demigods weren't just being sarcastic. They were completely insulting him. There was a smile on Yi Fei's face, but it was a smile that was colder than the Grim Reaper's. Just as the three deputy hall masters were trying to dissuade Lu Li, Yi Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. He instantly used the Great Void Steps and appeared in front of the two demigods who had spoken the most vulgar words. Not good. That trash human emperor is rushing onto the warship. Boom! The sword light illuminated the world and cut off the demigod's unfinished words. At the same time, the sword also cut off the demigod's head. Trash, how dare you? The other demigod, who was still insulting Yi Fei, looked at his companion's corpse in shock. Then, his entire body, together with his soul, was smashed into mush by the human emperor's seal. Those who disrespect the human emperor shall be killed without mercy. Yi Fei held the human emperor's sword in one hand and the human emperor's seal in the other. He scanned the many demigods on the warship coldly. It was also this glance that sent chills down their spines. No one had expected Yi Fei to be so ruthless. With a single strike and seal, he had killed two demigods. Although these two demigods were the weakest amongst the elite demigods, there was no doubt that Yi Fei had used this bloody fact to intimidate these people. Human emperors were not to be trifled with. A man was not to be humiliated. What a human emperor. But I don't know if I should call you human emperor Yi or demon Yi. Compared to the human emperor, I feel that you are more like a bloodthirsty demon. Why don't you hand over your position as human emperor? Perhaps I can forgive you and allow you to commit suicide. As the two demigods were killed, a terrifying divine aura suddenly erupted from the interior of the sun warship. This divine aura was stronger than any of the demigods present. Feeling the appearance of this divine aura, many of the young demigods, who had been shocked to the point of fear, began to cry out in grief. "Sir, Son of God, please uphold justice for us." Yes, even if he is the human emperor, he killed our fellow disciples for no reason. This grudge must be avenged. Kill him. Kill Demon Yi. He is not fit to be the human emperor. Only the Son of God has the right to be the next human emperor. Boom! Following the appearance of the Son of God, the dozens of powerful demigods on the sun warship all erupted with terrifying killing intent and divine aura. So that's how it is. This is a trap set by the god of Heaven Palace against the human emperor. They knew that if a martial god were to make a move, it would definitely anger the human emperor. However, if a demonic genius of the same generation as the human emperor were to make a move, even if the human emperor was killed and the human emperor's position was taken away, the human emperor would have nothing to say. After all, before one broke through to the martial god realm, the human emperor's position could be taken away by other human experts. The Son of God was just like Yi Fei. Not only was he a human, but he was also a peerless demonic genius. He was Yi Fei's greatest competitor. When they saw the godlike young man covered in divine radiance appear on the sun warship, the three deputy palace masters couldn't help but grumble after their initial shock. His Highness is still too young and too impulsive. What's wrong with enduring a moment of humiliation? He should have impulsively killed those two demigods. Zhou Qiang suddenly said. This junior dares not agree with the three seniors' words. In the trial city, the Lord once said that a man should not be humiliated. If I am angry, I will kill. The Lord is a man of his word. He killed those two demigods. He is a true hero, a true hero. Luli also laughed loudly, his battle intent soaring. Haha, well said. For the first time, human Emperor Yi is pleasing to the eye. A real man should just die. Who cares so much? Let's kill them first. Boom. As he spoke, Luli had already taken the lead, charging towards the sun warship. The others hurried to follow. However, before they could reach the warship, the entire sun warship suddenly erupted with blazing divine light, blocking all the people outside. No matter how Di Fan and the others attacked with all their might, they couldn't break it in a short period of time. Yi Fei's expression immediately became even colder. He coldly looked at the godlike youth who had walked out of the sun warship. In order to deal with me, the celestial shrine has really paid a considerable price. You must be the Son of God, right? What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? The Son of God was curious. At this moment, not only was Yi Fei trapped in the sun warship, but he was also surrounded by dozens of powerful demigods. He didn't think that Yi Fei could still maintain his calm. It's a pity that as a human, you don't stand with the human race. Instead, you help the foreign race oppress the human race. In this way, what's the difference between you and a beast? Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. It was a pity that the Son of God had such a monstrous appearance. Hearing these words, the divine light on the Son of God's body became furious. He coldly shouted, Demon Yi, you are at death's door, and you still dare to win a battle of words? Very well. Since you are unwilling to abdicate, then I will step on your corpse, seize the human emperor's 3 treasures, and ascend to the throne of the new human emperor. Bang! Chapter 1818. 9 Slashes of the Celestial God. It's actually the 9 Slashes of the Celestial God. This is an invincible celestial technique created by an Earth Venerable. 9. Seeing the Son of God use such a terrifying technique, Many of the demigods of the divine temple became excited. There were strong and weak immemorial celestial techniques. And as an immemorial celestial technique created by an earth venerable, it was undoubtedly one of the top martial arts of the immemorial celestial techniques. This was especially true for the Son of God, who was a peerless genius himself. With his talent and aptitude, the power of the 9 slashes of the celestial god was undoubtedly even more terrifying. With just one slash, the space around Yi Fei was shattered into countless fragments. Then, these fragments condensed into countless saber auras, which instantly drowned Yi Fei. However, at the same time, Yi Fei's body also burst out with a bright, mysterious light. Endless cold ice whistled and formed a huge world of ice. It froze the heaven and earth, and also froze the terrifying blade light that was slashing towards him. You have some strength. Unfortunately, my 9 slashes of the celestial god is not something you can break. Kill 9 slashes as one. The Son of God smiled coldly. As he roared, the frozen saber auras suddenly fused together, forming an even stronger and more resplendent divine saber that cut through heaven and earth. It also cut through the ice world released by Yi Fei. Shuiyu's expression was filled with shock. In terms of saber, I'm not as good as this Son of God. Difan's expression was also incomparably moved. A battle between peerless geniuses is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that Yi Fei has met a strong opponent this time. Suddenly, Lu Li roared, "Fight your way in, kill your way in." The position of the human sovereign must not fall into the hands of the divine temple. As a powerful demigod, Lu Li's strength was very terrifying. When he joined forces with Wu Gang, they were like 2 sharp blades, striking the defensive shield of the sun worship, causing it to shake violently. The Grand Dean, Emperor of Divine Punishment, and the others immediately followed the two's attacks, trying to break the defense of the sun worship. On the warship, all the demigods sneered. "Humph, you're just blocking a car with your arms. How can you break the defense of the sun worship so easily? Do you think we don't exist?" Boom! The auras of these demigods were linked together, but they did not join forces to attack Yi Fei. After all, the position of human emperor could be snatched, but it had to be based on a one-on-one challenge. If many demigods attacked together, even if they managed to kill the human emperor, they could forget about obtaining the recognition of the human emperor's seal. And the recognition of the human emperor's seal was the key to becoming the human emperor. Mortal Emperor Yi, is this all you've got? You are a peerless genius, but you can't even fight back against me. Why do you have to be the human emperor? The son of heavenly God was enraged. Just now, he had used the full power of the 9 slashes of the heavenly god, but he hadn't been able to kill Yi Fei. Instead, Yi Fei had relied on the speed advantage of the Great Void Steps to successfully evade it. This made the Son of Heaven very depressed. In order to limit Yi Fei's speed advantage, the Son of God immediately mocked him. He hoped to enrage Yi Fei and force Yi Fei to fight him head-on. Yi Fei only sneered. He didn't speak. Facing the Son of Heavenly God's crazy saber light, he didn't counterattack. Instead, he constantly used the speed advantage of the Great Void Steps to continuously move away. Damn it! Take my saber. Saber of Sealing. Seeing that his provocation was useless against Yi Fei, the Son of Heavenly God was enraged. His body erupted with a terrifying divine radiance. This radiance quickly turned into countless saber worlds that filled the skies. It even covered the entire sun worship. And because Yi Fei was on the sun worship, he was naturally mercilessly swallowed up by this saber world. This is a divine domain. Yi Fei's expression finally changed. He hadn't expected the Son of Heavenly God's divine domain to be so vast. It could actually cover the entire sun worship. However, Yi Fei soon sneered. A divine domain was the strongest when gathered together. For the Son of Heavenly God to use his divine domain to create a world to trap someone, it would greatly limit his speed. But at the same time, the Son of Heavenly God would lose the innate invincibility of his divine domain. Defense. Of course, with the son of heavenly God's talent and strength, he didn't need to use his divine domain to defend himself. Seeing Yi Fei's great void steps finally being sealed by the son of heavenly God's divine domain, the son of heavenly God immediately erupted with his strongest power. He raised the glorious saber in his hand. Saber light illuminated the world and shook the starry river. He once again used the 9 slashes of the heavenly God. This time, the son of heavenly God used the 9 slashes of the heavenly God as a foundation to continuously use 4 different primordial heavenly arts. What was even stranger was that these 4 primordial heavenly arts seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with the 9 slashes of the heavenly God, which increased the power of the 9 slashes of the heavenly God by 4 times. Rumble. In the end, when the son of heavenly God swung the saber in his hand, Yi Fei lost sight of the world. Only the terrifying saber light enveloped his body, causing his soul to tremble. Even so, Yi Fei still didn't choose to face it head-on. Instead, he suddenly roared and opened up his golden divine domain. When this divine domain appeared, Yi Fei immediately regained the calmness and confidence that he had when he opened up his violet gold Tai Chi, invincible and invincible. Bam! At the same time, the terrifying saber light finally landed on Yi Fei's body. The sharp saber light cut through Yi Fei's divine domain, creating frightening golden ripples. However, it still didn't shatter. When he saw Yi Fei's dazzling golden divine domain, the son of heavenly God was shocked for the first time. Then, he was filled with mad jealousy and anger. He couldn't believe that Yi Fei could cultivate a golden divine domain, which was the strongest divine domain in the legends. One had to know that even though he was the son of heavenly God and had the guidance of a supreme expert like the heavenly God or earthly venerate, he had still failed at the final step. He had only cultivated a silver divine domain and not a perfect golden one. When he realized this, the son of heavenly God's eyes burned with even more intense killing intent. At the beginning, he had only targeted Yi Fei to seize the throne of the human emperor. Now, he had discovered Yi Fei's terrifying talent. The son of heavenly God had a crazy desire to kill Yi Fei. He would never allow Yi Fei to surpass him. Kill. Saber of despair. The son of heavenly God roared. As he unsheathed his saber, an incomparably terrifying aura of despair and destruction suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It majestically filled the sky and mercilessly slashed at Yi Fei. Yi Fei's face immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. Despair? How dare you say that in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Son of heavenly God. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully if the tiger doesn't show its might? Boom. Chapter 18-19. In the end, the sun worship was the weapon of the heavenly God temple. The son of the heavenly God wasn't the only opponent around him. If he defeated the son of the heavenly God before the sun worship's barrier was broken, the other demigods of the heavenly God temple would definitely swarm him. They would surround and attack him. No matter how strong Yi Fei was, he couldn't withstand the attacks of dozens of demigods at the same time, especially when these demigods were carefully selected elites of the heavenly shrine. Each of them had the potential to become a god. All he could do was wait. While blocking the son of heaven's attacks, he waited patiently for the people outside to break through the shield. And now, the time had finally come. Just as the sun worship's protective shield was broken, Yi Fei roared. Soon, his roar turned into the thunderous roar of a heavenly dragon. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei immediately used his strongest martial art, the 8-level heavenly dragon, in the face of the son of heaven's despairing attack. 8 mysterious heavenly dragons broke through the rift and arrived. Not only did they nullify the desperate slash from the son of the heaven god, they even turned the tables and attacked him fiercely. Oomph. A cornered beast is still putting up a fight. Yi Fei, I'll show you the true power of a heavenly god. Earthly venerable saber Tao, 10,000 Tao unification. The Son of God was indeed a peerless monster. His battle experience was incomparably rich. After sensing the unique aura of the 8th-level heavenly dragon that was different from other immemorial heavenly arts, the Son of God immediately activated his strongest martial art, Myriad Daos Return to One. This was the earthly venerable martial arts cultivated by divine gods and earthly venerables. Although the cultivation of the Son of Divine God was not enough to unleash its full power, when he used the 10,000 Tao unification and controlled the 4 immemorial celestial skills at the same time to attack Yifei, the demigods of the heavenly shrine weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even the 3 deputy palace masters of the human emperor palace were shocked. They exclaimed, "Is the heavens going to destroy the human emperor palace?" After all, once the Son of the Sky deity killed Yifei and seized the throne of the human ruler's palace would be swallowed up by the Sky Deity Hall. You've come at the right time. I'll use you to test my new 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Kill. 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yifei roared. He didn't even take the 10,000 Daos Return to One seriously. The 8 heavenly dragons hovering behind Yifei suddenly transformed into 8 terrifying world gates at this moment. Within each world gate was an Yifei, unleashing different primeval heavenly arts. The heavenly cauldron suppressing god, the holy frigid incantation, the dragon suppressing the 9 heavens, the hell of reincarnation, the heavenly sage devil art, the Sura god fist, the Tai Chi sword Dao, and finally, the 6 Daos god slaughtering. Just like that, 8 different primordial heavenly arts were perfectly controlled by Yifei, fusing into the 8 dazzling world gates. They were like 8 mysterious worlds. With a loud boom, they collided with the 10,000 Daos unification of the Son of a heavenly god before crumbling apart. The Son of Heaven God's eyes widened in horror. He had exhausted all of his strength to unleash his most powerful saber strike, but hadn't even been able to block Yifei's attack for a moment. Bang! The entire protective shield of the sun worship shattered under the terrifying power of the 8th-level heavenly dragon. The Son of Heaven God's divine saber and the divine flame armor he was wearing were also shattered. These 2 treasures were given to him by the heavenly god and earth venerables for self-defense. However, even such divine weapons couldn't withstand the simultaneous collision of the 8 worlds. The Son of Heaven God let out a blood-curdling scream. He was covered in blood as he was blasted from the sky onto the deck of the sun worship. Then, the entire sun worship shook violently. It was also shaken by the power of the 8th-level heavenly dragon. The demigods of the heavenly god temple who were still watching the battle were all dumbfounded. Even Di Fan and the others who had broken the protective shield and rushed up had their eyes wide open. They had thought that Yifei would be in a tough battle against the powerful Son of Heaven God. However, the result shocked and surprised everyone. The Son of Heaven God, who was also a peerless genius, couldn't even withstand one strike from Yifei. He was defeated so badly that even the divine saber and divine armor in his hands were destroyed. He was beaten so hard that they exploded. Freak, why do I feel like competing with Yifei for the position of human emperor is a suicide mission? Lu Li's hair stood on end. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits. Haha, this is how our Hall of Human Emperors should be. The 3 deputy hall masters couldn't help but laugh happily. They were very satisfied with Yifei, the new human emperor. As for the many demigods of the heavenly god temple who had suffered a crushing defeat, they were all livid. When the Son of Heaven God was defeated, they should have rushed up to kill Yifei to restore the dignity of the Son of Heaven God and the heavenly god temple. However, when they saw that Yifei could even destroy a relic with one move, all the demigods of the heavenly god temple turned pale. The demigods of the heavenly god temple were so scared that their faces turned pale. Not only did they not dare to step forward, many of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Why are you retreating? Kill him for me. I want him dead. Demon Yi, I don't believe that you can use the martial arts you just used a second time. The Son of Heaven God jumped up from the ground in an extremely sorry state. The power of controlling 8 immemorial celestial skills at the same time was too horrifying. That attack wasn't any weaker than a martial god's attack. Even with the relic mitigating most of the power, the son of heaven god was still sent sprawling on the ground by Yi Fei in one move. For the son of heaven god, this was an absolute humiliation. This kind of humiliation could only be washed away with Yi Fei's blood. The son of heaven god has ordered us to kill this demon Yi. Hearing the son of heaven god's order, and knowing that Yi Fei had to be exhausted to use 8 immemorial celestial skills at the same time, many of the demigods of the heavenly god temple became restless. Seeing this, Yi Fei sneered. He didn't say anything, but he suddenly raised his hand and mercilessly sent another 8 extreme heavenly dragons at the son of heaven god. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. The son of heaven god is only SOSO. Yi Fei's expression was cold. Behind him were 8 mysterious 8 extreme heavenly worlds, and he controlled the 8 immemorial celestial skills to shatter the void. Before the few demigods who charged into the sky could understand what was going on, their bodies were already annihilated by the resplendent world formed by the 8 extreme heavenly dragons. Fear and humiliation flashed across the son of heaven god's face. Damn it, we're both peerless geniuses, but using 4 immemorial celestial skills at the same time is already my limit. How can he use 8 immemorial celestial skills twice and still have so much true yuan? Chapter 1820. Stop right there, son of the heavens. Didn't you want to step over my dead body to seize the throne of the human emperor? Why are you running away like a dog? He ignored the other demigods on the sun worship because none of them had attacked him. Apart from the son of the heavens, everyone else who had attacked him was dead. Yi Fei took a deep breath and rushed out of the sun worship. He used the greater void step and appeared not far behind the son of the heavens. Roar! The 8 extreme heavenly dragon roared violently again, suppressing the space-time and shattering the surrounding starry sky. This also frightened the son of heaven, who was trying to escape, so much so that his face turned pale. Then he let out an indignant roar. Yi, don't talk nonsense. You and I are both peerless monsters. If you hadn't gotten lucky and obtained an Empyrean cultivation method, do you think you would be my match? Just you wait. I'll let you know how serious the consequences of offending me and offending the heavenly god Hall are. Boom! What answered the son of the heavens was the mysterious world formed by the 8 extreme heavenly dragons. In an instant, it smashed towards the son of the heavens. This scene made everyone on the sun worship tremble with fear. Could it be that Yi Fei wasn't satisfied with defeating the other party and wanted to kill the son of the heavens? One had to know that the son of the heavens was the proudest disciple of the heavenly gods and earthly venerates. He was also the future hall master of the heavenly god hall. However, Yi Fei ignored this status and wanted to kill the son of the heavens by force. Yi, you've gone too far. The son of the heavens was so angry that he vomited blood. As a son of the heavens, he had been beaten to a pulp by Yi Fei. It was very humiliating. In the end, Yi Fei didn't want to let him go and wanted to kill him. The son of the heavens was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood essence. This mouthful of blood essence was very coincidental. He sprayed it onto a scroll that he quickly took out. Boom! Stimulated by the blood essence, the scroll burned fiercely and a terrifying divine power erupted from it. This divine power caused the world to stand still and time to stop. Yi Fei only saw a powerful figure standing proudly in the starry sky with his back to him. Just the divine power he exuded was enough to stop his 8 extreme heavenly dragons. It seemed to have also come to a standstill at this moment. Earthly venerate. This must be an earthly venerate. Yi Fei's heart. He had seen the sorcerer god's emperor's projection. He could clearly feel that this projection in front of him was definitely a true earthly venerate, or even a heavenly god or earth venerate. Yi Fei's of the heavenly god, of the heavenly of the heavens. This is my master. What are you of the heavenly god? of the master of master is, I'll give them to you. Yi Fei's astonishment only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, a stronger murderous intent burst out from his body. The Emperor's sword and the Emperor's seal appeared in his hand at the same time. However, he did not hand them over to the Son of the Heavens. Instead, he immediately charged at the Son of the Heavens. The half-deities who had just arrived were so scared that their divine souls were on the verge of collapsing. The Son of the Heavens cursed furiously. How dare a demon like you commit such a crime in front of a heavenly god or earth venerate? You're digging your own grave. Bullsh *T. Trying to scare me by bluffing in front of me? You're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Yi Fei laughed coldly. Instead of backing away, he sped up. He even burned his half-deity blood essence to fully activate the Emperor's seal and the Emperor's sword. As Yi Fei had expected, if the Son of the Heavens was really protected by a heavenly god or earth venerate, he would not have tried to run away. Once he unleashed this projection, anyone below the martial god realm would surely die. However, the Son of God did not do so. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the Son of God was bluffing. The second was that the earthly venerable projection had no offensive power at all. Damn it. From the beginning until the end, I didn't reveal any flaws. How would he know that I was bluffing and intentionally scaring him? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have run for my life in the first place. I would have summoned my master's earthly venerable projection. The Son of Heaven was very upset. That's right, he did have the projection of an earthly venerable god. However, this projection was only used to summon the Origin Divine Palace. It did not have much attacking power, nor did it have the consciousness of an earthly venerable god. This was also the reason why the Son of God hadn't used it in the beginning. He had only planned to escape. If he used this projection to scare off Yi Fei, he would have lost the opportunity to enter the Origin Temple. Now, he had been forced into a corner by Yi Fei. The Son of God had no choice but to activate the earthly venerable projection in his hand as he rushed into the Lich Demon battlefield. He then shouted a strange syllable. Upon hearing this syllable, the earthly venerable projection ignored Yi Fei's approach. At the same time, a supreme aura that was 10 times stronger than before erupted from the projection, causing the entire Lich Demon battlefield to shake violently. Then, the starry sky was torn apart and heaven and earth collapsed. Under the supreme aura of the earthly venerable projection, the entire Lich Demon battlefield seemed to have been torn in half by the earthly venerable projection. A long and narrow space-time crack was revealed in the middle of the battlefield. Yi Fei could clearly see a magnificent temple through the crack. It was rising and falling in space-time. You wait. The day I comprehend the laws will be the day you die. The Son of God shouted angrily. His eyes suddenly flashed with deep resentment. He didn't wait for the others to react to the appearance of the Origin Temple. He rushed into the space-time crack alone and shouted, "Explode!" The entire earthly venerable projection suddenly erupted with a violent explosion. The starry sky that everyone was in was rapidly destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was most ruthless was that the space-time crack that led to the Origin Temple was rapidly weakening in this explosion, as if it would rapidly collapse. What is the Son of God doing? He wants to completely destroy the entrance to the Origin Temple. He wants to cut off all of our chances of becoming a divinity, all for the sake of himself. Many demigods of Sky God Temple were shocked. They never thought that the Son of God would be so ruthless. In order to prevent Yi Fei from entering the temple, he didn't hesitate to blow up the entrance to the Origin Temple and even cut off all of their demigods' chances of becoming a divinity. Son of God, if we don't kill you, then we aren't humans. Wu Gang and Lu Li's eyes turned blood red. The destruction of the space-time crack didn't affect them too much. At worst, they could wait dozens or hundreds of years for Empyrean Divine or Empyrean Divine to reopen the space-time crack. Chapter 1821. Seniors, there's no need for us to be so pessimistic. The will of the heavens is not what we want. I've promised to help you achieve the martial god realm, so I won't go back on my words. Yifei's eyes flickered with a stern look as he stared at the crumbling rift, followed by a determined look. If the son of a Heaven Highness was able to close the rift with his projection of the Earth Highness realm, I don't believe I can't reopen the rift with the help of the three emperors of the Human Emperor. The three emperors of the Human Emperor, lend me a hand. Sword of the Human Emperor, tear the heavens and earth apart. Yifei wore a determined look. Since Wang Bai had given him the Human Emperor's seal to make up for the Human Emperor Palace, there was no way he would let the son of a Heaven Highness's scheme succeed, nor would he let the three elders of the Human Emperor Palace, who had devoted their lives to the human race, die of old age in the half-martial god realm. As such, when he discovered the rift had yet to close, Yifei decisively ignited his half-martial god blood and activated the three emperors of the Human Emperor. Bang! As Yifei put on the Human Emperor's robe and grabbed the Human Emperor's sword, a martial god realm aura burst out of his body. This was the power of the three emperors of the Human Emperor. When activated simultaneously, it could temporarily elevate a half-martial god realm cultivator to the martial god realm. However, it came at a great cost. Not only did the activation of the three emperors of the Human Emperor require him to burn his half-martial god blood, his lifespan too. Just by activating the three emperors of the Human Emperor, Yifei could feel that his lifespan had been reduced by over 30 years. Despite the astonishment, he did not dare to waste any more time. He raised the Human Emperor's sword and unleashed an attack comparable to the martial god realm. He stabbed the sword into the rift that was closing rapidly. Bang! A shocking time and space storm burst out from the rift and struck Yifei. Yifei was shocked to discover that the three emperors of the Human Emperor were consuming his lifespan at a terrifying rate within the time and space storm. However, when he saw the graying hair of the three deputy palace masters and the great contributions that the Human Emperor Palace had made to the human race, Yifei let out a long sigh. His eyes suddenly became even more determined and crazy. Since I'm doing this for the Human Emperor, I can't watch the Human Emperor Palace decline in my hands. The Emperor's seal. I'll smash it. Boom. Yifei ignored the intense burning of his lifespan and suddenly raised the Human Emperor's seal again. He smashed it down on the Human Emperor's sword, causing the Human Emperor's seal to pierce deeper into the space-time rift. At the same time, Yifei's heart stirred. In one breath, he consumed 100 years of his lifespan to activate the power of the Human Emperor's sword again. Immediately, the dazzling human ruler's sword became even more dazzling. Under Yifei's control, it transformed from a sword into a massive sword mountain. During the process of forming the sword mountain, Yifei continuously raised the Human Emperor's seal, which had also become extremely huge, and smashed it against the hilt of the Human Emperor's sword. This caused the entire sky to emit a deafening roar. Under Yifei's efforts, Yifei continued to raise the Human Emperor's seal. That closed space-time rift, the gap is also it continued to expand, gradually growing from the size of a palm to the size of a wash basin, and finally to the size of a water tank. Bang! When the crack expanded to the size of a water tank, the entire lich battlefield began to shake violently. It was as if a huge hole had been torn in space and time, gradually revealing a strange space of nothingness. And in that space, there was a mysterious palace. In space-time, no. It was broken, rising and falling. Success. The Human Emperor has succeeded. He used his own life to forcefully use the Human Emperor's seal and the Human Emperor's sword to break through the space-time barrier and reopen the passage to the Origin Temple. Many of the demigods of the Heavenly Temple couldn't help but exclaim. None of them expected that when the Son of God blew up the space-time rift for his own selfish reasons, which also cut off the path to godhood for everyone present. It was Yifei who stepped forward bravely, disregarding his own life, to reopen the path to godhood. The path to godhood. Human Emperor Yi Yu, Lu Li, Wu Gang, and Ling Xiu also looked at Yi Fei with incomparable shock. Human Emperor, my ass. If it weren't for my momentary soft-heartedness, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Once we pass this hurdle, whoever wants to be the Human Emperor can be the Human Emperor. What are you waiting for? I can't hold on for long. Yi Fei was sweating profusely. Burning his demigod blood essence was already a heavy loss. Burning his lifespan was undoubtedly even worse. Adding fuel to the fire. If it weren't for the fact that the undying sword soul still stored a large amount of thunder tribulation liquid that could prolong one's life, and if it weren't for his momentary soft-heartedness, he really couldn't bear to see the 3 deputy palace masters who had dedicated their lives to the human race and the human emperor's palace die of old age in the demigod realm. He also wouldn't have been hot-headed, willing to burn his life to reopen this path. The path to godhood. The next time I see Wang Bai, I promise I won't kill him. Becoming the human emperor has no benefits at all, and there are dangers everywhere. Yi Fei gritted his teeth, but he still had to bitterly hold on. This was also the time when he was the most vulnerable to attack. However, the demigods of the heavenly god temple looked at each other for a while. Unexpectedly, no one chose to attack Yi Fei at this time. Firstly, they still needed Yi Fei to support this space-time crack. Secondly, they were also truly frightened by Yi Fei's madness. Perhaps this Yi Fei becoming the human emperor isn't a bad thing. A small number of demigods of the heavenly god temple couldn't help but mutter. Stop talking nonsense. We are warriors of the heavenly god temple. We are enemies of Demon Yi, not friends. At most, we will try our best not to have any conflicts with him in the future. This can also be considered as returning the favor. As they spoke, these demigods of the heavenly god temple didn't waste this opportunity. Instead, they all took the opportunity to rush toward the space-time crack that Yi Fei had reopened. Yi Fei didn't stop them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. At this time, all his strength was used to support the space-time crack. He didn't have the opportunity to attack even if he wanted to. Moreover, these demigods of the heavenly god temple were very cunning. They deliberately thickened their skin and hid around Di Fan and the others. At this time, if Yi Fei stopped them from entering the origin temple, these demigods would definitely stop Di Fan and the others from entering at all costs. Therefore, Yi Fei could only pretend that he didn't see anything. When the last demigod rushed into the space-time crack, he was automatically sucked into the origin temple by the restrictive spell. Only then did he roar loudly and quickly put away the 3 treasures of the human emperor. The moment the space-time crack closed, he also rushed in. However, the moment Yi Fei rushed in the space of the beast mark, Xiao Chao suddenly discovered something and hurriedly reminded Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately let out a furious dragon roar. Without hesitation, he activated the 8-level heavenly dragon and attacked the chaotic space-time to the side. Chapter 1822. Who would have thought that the Son of Heaven would be the first to charge into the space-time rift and not be automatically sucked into the origin temple? Instead, he was hiding at the edge of the chaotic space-time rift, taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yi Fei. Yi Fei let out a thunderous roar, but no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Yi Fei had already burned most of his essence blood and lifespan in order to break through the space-time barrier. In order to get into the origin temple as quickly as possible, Yi Fei didn't have the time to awaken his undying sword soul and release lightning tribulation elixir to replenish his energy. Unfortunately, the Son of Heaven was sneakily hiding in the corner, trying to launch a sneak attack on Yi Fei. If it had been any other demigod, even a peerless genius, they would have been severely injured by the Son of God. However, seeing the Son of God charging at him, Yi Fei quickly recovered from his initial shock and sneered, "You bastard! Since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next. Dragon Turtle, Ling Siki, come out. Let's work together to kill this scourge." Kill. With Xiao Chao's warning, Yi Fei reacted quickly. As he unleashed the 8-level celestial dragons, the Azura God Fist, and the heavenly sage Devil Art, Yifei also grabbed Ling Siki, who was hiding in the beast-marked space and was just as lazy as Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle. Don't bully little big bro. Ling Siki was very obedient. Ever since she had played with Xiao Chao in the space-time formation for 50 years, she had grown from a 12-year-old girl to a 10-year-old girl. This allowed her strength to reach the limits of the 10 spirits' creation heavenly technique. Boom! As soon as Ling Siki attacked, the space-time around her began to churn violently. The little girl vanished, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a beautiful young woman. She also used 2 primeval heavenly arts at the same time and cooperated with Yifei to attack the Son of Heaven. The Son of God suddenly felt immense pressure. His original plan was very good. With his strength, he could hide in the chaotic space-time and wait for the enemy to arrive. Even if he couldn't kill Yifei, he could at least severely wound Yifei and let Yifei have a taste of being hunted down. The only thing he didn't expect was that Xiao Chao would discover his whereabouts in advance. He also didn't expect that there was a powerful little girl demigod hiding in Yifei's body, who could control 2 immemorial heavenly skills at the same time. This way, even if Yifei expended a lot of energy and could only use the 8 extreme heavenly dragon to activate 2 celestial arts, with Ling Siki's 2 celestial arts, Yifei and Ling Siki's 5 celestial arts against the celestial sun's 4 celestial arts. The result was obvious. In just a single exchange, the Son of God was sent tumbling backward, coughing up blood. His heart was filled with rage and frustration. Not only was he unable to defeat Yifei in a direct confrontation, but he was also being bullied so miserably by Yifei in a sneak attack. You're despicable, Yi. If I don't kill you today, I won't be worthy of being called the Son of God. Die. God, item, detonate. The Son of God was furious. He knew that his sneak attack wouldn't be enough to suppress Yifei, so he detonated the devil's saber in his hand. Yifei heard a terrifying explosion, and the light of the self-destruction of a god item caused the space-time around him to become even more chaotic. In his haste, he no longer had the time to chase after the Son of God. Letting out a shout, he summoned his god domain to protect the dragon turtle and Ling Siki. Die! It wasn't enough to detonate a god item, so the Son of God hardened his heart and quickly took out a golden saber from his spatial belt. Using all his strength, he slashed out with his strongest martial art, Myriad Dao Unification. Then, the Son of God was sucked into the Origin Temple without any resistance due to the exhaustion of his true energy. After falling into the temple, the Son of God immediately let out ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha! Yifei, so what if you're stronger than me? Even if I can't kill you with a sneak attack, I can still blast you into the space-time chaos. You can't enter the Origin Temple. Just you wait. When I comprehend the laws, I'll make you kneel on the ground and loudly admit defeat. What? Yifei didn't enter the Origin Temple. Defan and the others were still gathered at the entrance of the temple. When they learned that Yifei had been ambushed by the Son of God and had fallen into the space-time chaos instead of the Origin Temple, their expressions changed. The impulsive Lu Li let out a roar and charged toward the Son of the God. The Son of the God laughed coldly and kicked Lu Li to the ground. Save it. Martial arts can't be used in the Origin Temple. You bunch of trash from the human sovereign palace. You better not mess with me, humph. What a Son of God. You're willing to detonate a god item to blast me out of the Origin Temple. In the chaotic time and space, Yifei's golden god domain was pushed away from the Origin Temple by the explosion of the divine artifact like a ball. It gradually moved further and further away. During this process, Yifei and Ling Siki tried more than once to go against space-time and approach the Origin Temple again. However, the power of space-time was too strong. This power not only contained time, but also space. Unless Yi Fei activated the power of the human sovereign's 3 treasures again. However, when he thought of the terrifying consumption of blood essence and lifespan, Yi Fei dismissed the idea. Not now. At the very least, I have to recover my lost blood essence and lifespan first. Little bro, it's all my fault. If I were stronger, we wouldn't have been blasted out of the Origin Temple and fallen into this river of time and space. Ling Siki was embarrassed, her face full of self-blame. Of course, when she wasn't fighting, Ling Siki returned to her little girl appearance. Yi Fei was amazed. Then he patted her little head and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's not your fault. The Son of God is too rich. He destroyed one god item after another. The Celestial Temple is indeed powerful. However, I must kill this Son of God." Yi Fei's expression turned ugly when he thought about how he had been careless and allowed the Son of Heaven to detonate his divine weapon. The dragon turtle's expression also turned ugly. The dragon turtle had used various methods to eat up most of the spiritual stones on Xiao Qiao and Ling Siki. If Yi Fei was trapped here, wouldn't it starve? The dragon turtle's face turned as black as a pot. It raised its dragon eyes and looked around the chaotic space-time. Yi Fei and Ling Siki did the same. They looked around, hoping to find a safe place to meditate and recover from their injuries. However, this chaotic space-time was like a surging river. Everywhere was filled with the violent power of time and space, tearing each other apart. It was impossible to tell the direction. Chapter 1823. By the way, I wonder if Xiao Qiao has a way to sense the fluctuation of spiritual qi from the Origin Temple. Yi Fei thought for a while and finally asked Xiao Qiao to come out. Xiao Qiao happily expressed that he could leave this matter to Xiao Qiao. Then, Xiao Qiao closed his eyes and tried his best to sense it. Yi. Soon, Xiao Qiao opened his eyes again with a puzzled look. He gestured to tell Yi Fei that he had not sensed the Origin Temple, but he had sensed a huge person walking towards them in the river of time and space. Xiao Qiao's words also shocked Yi Fei. What? A giant is walking towards us in the river of time and space? Xiao Qiao, could you have sensed wrongly? Little Guogua, Xiao Qiao did not sense wrongly. There really is a giant walking towards us, Ling Siki suddenly said. Yi Fei also looked at the river of time and space in the distance in surprise. He saw that there was a shadow in the river that was getting bigger and bigger. At first glance, it looked like a huge round rock, but upon closer inspection, it was actually the head of a giant puppet. This giant was a powerful sorcerer god. It was a huge stone statue that had been petrified. However, this stone statue could no longer be revived. Yi Fei could clearly see a huge hole in the head of the sorcerer god stone statue. That hole had not only blasted the sorcerer god's entire head into a transparent state, but even the sorcerer god's most powerful spirit sea had been shattered and no longer existed. Little Guogua, what should we do? Should we go closer to this stone statue? Ling Siki asked curiously. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle also looked over curiously. Let's go over. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go closer. After all, the stone statue was big enough to allow them to offset the power of time and space. Most importantly, the sorcerer tribe did not have a spiritual soul, only a spiritual sea. Once the spiritual sea was shattered, it would be the same as a martial artist's spiritual soul being shattered. Even an earthly venerable would die in an instant. This stone statue is clearly formed from the corpse of the sorcerer god after his death. I just don't know who refined it into a puppet. It can actually travel against the flow of the river of time and space with its physical strength alone. Perhaps we can return to the Origin Divine Hall with the help of this stone statue. Yi Fei's face was brimming with confidence again. Then, without hesitation, he hurriedly kept the dragon turtle Xiao Qiao into the beastmark space. Then, together with Ling Siki, they approached the sorcerer god puppet. Kill. All trespassers shall die. The puppet seemed to have a simple consciousness. When it sensed that Yi Fei was trying to get closer, the puppet's huge palm slapped over like a mountain. With a boom, it landed in the river of time and space, creating a terrifying whirlpool. The violent power of time and space immediately made Yi Fei feel suffocated. Ling Siki, who was beside him, was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Yi Fei to avoid being devoured by the power of time and space. Little, don't be afraid. I'm here. Ling Siki understood that if she did not fight, she would be no different from a 10-year-old girl. Yi Fei could only pat her little head to comfort her. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. Instead, he continued to approach the stone statue. Through his earlier probing, he also found that the sorcerer god's stone statue only had the physical strength after being petrified. There were no traces of sorcery or mental strength. Therefore, Yi Fei naturally had nothing to be afraid of. At best, you're just a puppet with brute force. All trespassers shall die. The stone statue puppet seemed to be unable to converse with Yi Fei. It only maintained the simplest battle consciousness, which was to protect his body and prevent others from getting close. Boom! Another huge palm was raised. It was like two whistling mountains that constantly slapped at the approaching Yi Fei. However, with the magical Great Void Steps, Yi Fei was too fast. He was always able to rush forward before the stone statue's palm landed. In the end, the stone statue's palm was useless. It slapped the river of time and space behind Yi Fei, creating terrifying whirlpools of chaos. Yi Fei also took advantage of this opportunity to finally step onto the stone statue. Before the stone statue could react, he rushed into the hole in the stone statue's head. Of course, although it was called a hole, with the stone statue's huge body, this hole was comparable to a huge cave. After Yi Fei rushed into the hole in the stone statue's head, the stone statue's entire body suddenly stiffened. It stood still in the river of time and space, allowing the violent space-time power to invade its body. However, the sorcerer god's petrified body was too sturdy. The most violent thing was the space-time power. The power of the sorcerer god could only push it towards an unknown void with great difficulty. During this process, Yi Fei did not let his guard down. Instead, he rushed into the stone statue's body and let Xiao Qiao sense it. When he did not discover any danger, he immediately let the dragon turtle and Ling Siki protect him. Then, he quickly awakened the undying sword soul and refined the lightning tribulation fluid within it to recover his lost blood essence and lifespan. Life. Just like that, another 10 days passed. Finally, after refining the last drop of lightning tribulation fluid, Yi Fei completely recovered his demigod blood essence and lifespan. Only then did he let out a long sigh. Then, Yi Fei felt a little puzzled. Strange. When I rushed in, the stone statue attacked me crazily. Why did it enter when I entered? Little Gua, Xiao Qiao, is eating a strange stone. Little Gua, Xiao Qiao, is eating a strange stone. Ling Siki's face was full of worry. She was very surprised that Xiao Qiao did not eat and only ate spirit stones. Only then did Yi Fei realize that not only did Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle sneak out while he was cultivating, but they also seemed to be riding the dragon turtle and running around inside the stone statue. They seemed to be looking for food. However, after Xiao Qiao ate a few stones, he immediately spat them out, indicating that these things were disgusting. They had a strange power that was similar to nomological fragments. Strange power. Yi Fei was stunned after hearing Xiao Qiao's description. The only power that can make Xiao Qiao feel disgusting is divine power. Strange. Isn't this the petrified corpse of a sorcerer god? Why would the martial god's divine power appear after it was petrified? Little Guagua, I understand. This big guy can walk in the river of time. It must have stored a large amount of divine power in its body. Ling Siki said loudly. Yi Fei nodded and said in a low voice, That's indeed possible. The sorcerer god is already dead. His corpse won't move on its own. There must be a power core that drives his power hidden inside him. Xiao Qiao, you can sense it. Is there a place with the strongest divine power? Xiao Qiao did not speak. He only opened his spiritual eye of heaven and earth and looked around with great effort. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao seemed to have discovered something. He rode the dragon turtle and patted its head. The dragon turtle immediately raised its claws and started digging along the stone statue's body. Yi Fei did not disturb the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao. He and Ling Siki stood on the left and right side of the statue, vigilantly, to prevent any accidents from happening. During this process, the stone statue did not react at all. However, the dragon turtle dug very quickly. It soon dug from the stone statue's head to its heart. Position. Chapter 1824. Capital Sky Shrine. Is this really the shrine where the supremacy of the sky and earth resides? Yi Fei looked at the shrine hidden inside the stone statue and could not help but be stunned. Ling Siki said seriously, I once heard from my mother that in ancient times when the human tribe was at its strongest, there were a total of 5 shrines. They represented the 5 most powerful earthly venerables of the human tribe. Since this shrine is called Capital Sky Shrine, it should have been left behind by the supremacy of the sky and earth. Yi Fei asked curiously, then what is the 5th shrine? Ling Siki stuck out her tongue and said, I think my mother mentioned it before, but I have forgotten. This, Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao, and the dragon turtle were speechless. However, after Ling Siki's affirmation, Yi Fei quickly became excited again. He did not care why Capital Sky Shrine had appeared here, but since it was an earthly venerable shrine, there must be some incredible treasure inside. Yi Fei did not hesitate. As he put Ling Siki, Xiao Qiao, and the dragon turtle into the beastmark space, he opened up his deity domain to the greatest extent and rushed toward Capital Sky Shrine. Boom! As expected, Capital Sky Shrine, as an earthly venerable shrine, had all kinds of powerful restrictions. When Yi Fei approached, Capital Sky Shrine suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gold divine light. Soon, the divine light condensed into a terrifying purple-gold desolate beast. It roared angrily and charged toward Yi Fei. Purple-gold desolate beasts formed by the power of despair, as expected of an earthly venerables. They can actually use divine power to create things out of thin air. However, this is not a problem for me. Yi Fei laughed loudly. When he saw the desolate beasts formed by the power of despair, he already knew that this was very likely a test left behind by the supremacy of the sky and earth. However, this test was very harsh. Not only did the warrior have astonishing talent to be able to enter the spatial rift, but the warrior also had to voluntarily give up on entering the Origins Temple after entering and choose to drift in the river of space-time. Just the first condition alone stumped more than half of the demigods. As for the second condition, it was impossible for anyone to meet it. After all, every demigod who had the talent to enter the Origins Sacred Hall would be sucked into the Origins Sacred Hall as soon as they entered the space-time rift to comprehend the laws and obtain the opportunity to break through to the martial god realm. Who would willingly give up on entering the Origins Sacred Hall and risk being devoured by the river of time and space? The chance to become a god was drifting in time and space. Ignoring the fact that ordinary demigods couldn't do it, even Yi Fei wouldn't have been able to run around in the river of space-time for no reason if he hadn't been blown out of the Origins Temple by the self-destruction of the Son of God's divine artifact. However, every misfortune has its blessings. If the Sky Godson hadn't ambushed me this time, I reckon no one would have known that there was a Sky Supremacy's shrine hidden in the river of time and space. I wonder if I'll be able to come into contact with the Origin and comprehend the laws after entering the shrine. Yi Fei held the Emperor's sword in one hand and the Wuji sword in the other. He swung his hands wildly, and the wild beasts that blocked his way all exploded. They turned back into despair energy and were absorbed by the shrine. In the midst of his excitement, Yi Fei roared loudly. He gave up on using his weapon and directly activated the combat demon body to activate the despair energy. He began to fight with the wild beasts that were also formed from the despair energy. Soon, the wild beasts exploded faster than Yi Fei's sword in front of Yi Fei's despair energy. At the same time, sensing that Yi Fei could use the despair energy, The wild beasts besieging Yi Fei revealed an instinctive fear, even though they were unconscious. All of you back off. You're just puppets of the despair energy. You won't have any chance to fight back against the real despair energy. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from within the shrine. Upon hearing this voice, the countless wild beasts that were still besieging Yi Fei dissipated on the spot. They turned back into purplish-gold despair energy and were absorbed by the shrine. At the same time, the shrine's door opened with a loud bang. A man in a simple battle robe strode out of the temple, his face filled with a frenzied battle intent. "Senior, are you Supremacy Du Tian?" Yi Fei hurriedly bowed. "That's right. I'm Du Tian, who fought the 10 Earths and killed the 9 Heavens. Unfortunately, I still died on this path of despair. My example is right in front of you. Why do you still want to walk on this path? Don't you know that this is a path of death and a path of no return?" Du Tian's expression was cold. It was madness and insanity. If Yi Fei answered wrongly, he would tear Yi Fei apart with his bare hands. Sensing this madness, Yi Fei was speechless. However, out of respect for the human race's martyrs, he still answered very seriously. "Back then, I accidentally walked on this path. However, I don't regret choosing this path." "Why?" Du Tian continued asking. "I want to become stronger." Yi Fei answered in a low voice. "Why do you want to become stronger?" Du Tian's gaze became sharper, as if he wanted to see through Yi Fei's heart. "Do I need a reason to become stronger? If there is, it's because I don't want to lose it again." Yi Fei did not back down. His gaze did not shrink back at all. Du Tian was stunned when he heard this answer. However, his sharp gaze softened slightly. "You're not lying. Back then, there were countless peerless geniuses who had answered my question. Some of them spoke eloquently, some of them were blinded by greed, some of them moved my heart, and some of them fawned over me. I knew that their ultimate goal was to obtain my strength and the supreme cultivation technique that I had grasped. None of them truly walked on the path of despair. Like me, they had no regrets. They lived for battle and died for battle. Therefore, I killed all those who came up to me. Those exceptional demons who flattered me disbanded the entire Du Tian Sacred Hall. Finally, I hid it from everyone and buried the Du Tian Sacred Hall and a trace of my fighting soul here. If you want to obtain my inheritance and my supremacy cultivation techniques, you must have a determination to give up on entering the Origin Source Sacred Hall. You must also have the courage to enter the violent space-time. Of course, the most important point is that you must have the courage to face me. A person must also have the courage to face me. You're not bad. Since you've achieved all three, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. If you defeat me, you'll be able to obtain my inheritance and the capital Heaven Shrine. What if I can't defeat you?" Yi Fei asked hurriedly. His heart was bitter. This was an earthly venerate. Just like him, he was an invincible earthly venerate who had embarked on the path of despair. He was also a peerless savage who had once killed a heavenly venerate. Yi Fei did not have the slightest bit of confidence in fighting against such a savage. No one knew better than him how terrifying a martialist who had mastered the power of despair was. Yi Fei did not want to be beaten black and blue for no reason. Du Tian Venerate seemed to have seen through Yi Fei's thoughts. A sinister smile suddenly flashed across his face. "Since you've entered my Du Tian Sacred Hall, your life and death are no longer up to you. Either you defeat me and inherit my legacy, or your life and the lives of the 2 little girls in your body will be forfeited." Chapter 1825. The Heavenly Venerate's words gave Yi Fei quite a fright. The dragon turtle and Ling Siki were one thing, but Xiao Chao was his greatest secret besides the undying sword soul. He had been hidden in the beast-marked space, and even a martial god had not been able to discover him. However, the Heavenly Venerate had been able to see through him at a glance. "Senior, are you mistaken? I'm the only one here. Where did this little girl come from?" Yi Fei would not give in so easily. He still had a puzzled expression on his face. The heavenly venerate sneered and said disdainfully, "The mark of the human ruler on your body can be hidden from the martial god, but you can't hide it from us Supremes. Not only do I know that you hid 3 little fellows in the beastmark space, but I also know that the little girl seems to be holding the legendary holy whip." Yifei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Forsaken Earth Venerate mention the god-striking whip. The real Forsaken Earth Venerate had already died on the path of despair. The current Forsaken Earth Venerate was at most a remnant consciousness. Would Xiao Chao's god-striking whip be able to move Forsaken Earth Venerate? "So, kid, I'm warning you one last time. Enter my sacred palace. Either you defeat me or die here. I'll also make these little fellows accompany you in death. Pa." While the heavenly venerate was speaking, Yifei could not hold back his thoughts and open up the beastmark space. Xiao Chao immediately rode the dragon turtle and rushed out with a 7-colored spiritual wind. A vine whip lashed out at the heavenly venerate. The heavenly venerate's expression turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face twitched as he said, "The holy whip lives up to its reputation. Unfortunately, you're too old. Even if I'm just a remnant fighting soul, you won't be able to defeat me. New human ruler, you'd better put away your tricks. Either we fight to our heart's content, or you wait helplessly for your deaths. Remember, you only have half a year to comprehend the nomological laws. After half a year, I hope that you can use your strongest combat power to fight me," the heavenly venerate said coldly. However, at this moment, after seeing Xiao Chao's vine whip, he couldn't help but add, "You're not allowed to use the deity-beating whip in battle." Of course, this was not what Yifei was concerned about. When he realized that the spirit-striking whip could not hurt a heaven and earth supremacy, Yifei gave up on trying to trick him. Yifei knew that the sky supremacy was definitely a battle maniac, so he quickly calmed himself down. He could not help but ask curiously, "I can also come into contact with the Sky Supremacy's origins in the Sky Supremacy Hall?" Of course. The Origins Sacred Palace was originally built by the 5 of us at the same time. What's wrong with taking the Heavenly Venerate's origin from the Sacred Palace? Du Tianzuan said proudly. Yifei's eyes brightened. "Since Senior can obtain the Empyrean origin, I wonder if you can sense the situation inside the Origin Temple. I have several friends inside. Are they all right?" The son of deity had relied on his wealth to blow him out of the Origin Sacred Palace, but Di Fan and the others had already entered the Origin Sacred Palace. This was what Yifei was most worried about. He was afraid that the son of deity would vent his anger on others if he could not deal with him. When he saw that Yifei was still worried about the safety of others despite being in danger, the heavenly venerate's crazed eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and praise. However, his expression soon turned cold and indifferent again. "You can't use martial arts in the Origin Sacred Palace. Even if you fight, you won't die. As for you, if you still can't comprehend the nomological laws after half a year, I will definitely make you die a painful death. Get in." Bam! Without giving Yifei a chance to speak, Du Tianzuan waved his hand and sent Yifei into a strange space. This space was filled with countless special auras that were more violent and mysterious than the power of time and space. Yifei knew that these auras should be the heavenly venerate's origin. As long as he could comprehend these origins, he would be able to use them to trigger the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend his own nomological laws of the martial way. "Little brother, Uncle Du Tianzuan looks fierce, but he's actually a good person." Ling Siki was innocent and naive. Yifei didn't notice the change in Du Tianzuan's eyes, but she easily noticed it. Yifei didn't agree. "A good person? Have you ever seen a good person who would kill us if he couldn't beat us? Forget it. Scolding him won't hurt a single hair on his head. Rather than that, why don't we seize the time and come into contact with the origins and comprehend the nomological laws first?" "Xiao Chao, what are you doing?" While Yifei and Ling Siki were talking, Xiao Chao wasn't idling around. He curiously whipped out his vine whip and suddenly dragged out a strange energy from the void. Then, Xiao Chao tried to take a breath of it, causing Yifei to break out in a cold sweat. That was until he saw Xiao Qiao take a sip and nothing happened. Instead, she let out a big burp. Then, as if she was drunk, she fell down and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his expression turned strange. Even though Yi Fei had entered this space, he could only vaguely sense the existence of the heavenly venerate's origins. He couldn't determine what the origins were. It was the same principle as breathing air but not seeing air. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult for any demigod to come into contact with the origins and comprehend the nomological laws of martial arts formed by the nomological laws of heaven and earth. However, Xiao Qiao was different. She could easily find the elusive heavenly venerate's origins and even consume them like spiritual energy. Even though Xiao Qiao only took a bite and was already full, Xiao Qiao's actions still shocked Yi Fei and Ling Siki. At the same time, the dragon turtle's black mouth also moved over and swallowed the heavenly venerate's origins that Xiao Qiao had grabbed. Yi Fei and Ling Siki's faces darkened. They both had the urge to drag the dragon turtle out and beat it to death. Bam! After swallowing the origins, the dragon turtle quickly swelled into a huge ball. It was obvious that it had indigestion and was about to explode. The dragon turtle was so frightened that it quickly spat out the heavenly venerate's origins. Only then did it fall to the ground with lingering fear. I see. The heavenly venerate's origins contain a lot of energy. Even if it's only a 10,000th of the origins, it's still very difficult to absorb and refine. I wonder if my undying sword soul can absorb it? When Yi Fei saw that Xiao Qiao was not only fine after eating that strand of origin energy, but also happily lay down and began to sleep, his heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the origins that the dragon turtle had spat out and split it into 3. He gave one to Ling Siki and kept the other for himself. Before Yi Fei could decide whether to throw away the last origins, the dragon turtle had already rushed over. The dragon turtle hurriedly ran over and wagged its tail loudly. It had a pitiful yet expectant look in its eyes. Yi Fei couldn't bear it and tossed the strand of origin to the dragon turtle. Then he sat down cross-legged and awakened the undying sword soul in his body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.